Maybe it'll get like
It's not super sweet here.
Thanks, everyone. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's council meeting from the Lara Hall. It's great to see so many people here, and I think this is what a council meeting should be when you take it to the peoples. So it's great to see the attendance. Council acknowledges the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land, waterways and skies. We pay our respects to their elders past and present. We acknowledge all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are part of the greater Geelong community today. This meeting is being broadcast on the internet, and the recording of the meeting will be published on the council's website. So good evening, everyone. My name is Mayor Peter Murray, and I'll be chairing the meeting of council tonight. Thanks to all those that are here at the Lara Hall and those who have tuned in via the live stream. It's fantastic to be joined by so many residents. We look forward to getting to your questions during our question and answer time. On behalf of council, I want to congratulate the Geelong Cats.
Yeah.
For their very good win in the grand final on the weekend. The atmosphere in the region has been absolutely electric, and I thank everyone who attended council's street parade today to cheer the Cats on once again. On another note, the City of Greater Geelong was recently recognised at the World Smart City Expo 2022 in Korea, winning the International Smart City of the Year award alongside the City of Barcelona. Oh, and this is the trophy. Yeah. Quite a heavy one. It's a very impressive looking award which recognises local governments that have demonstrated commitment and world-class outcomes across livability, economic prosperity and sustainability through investment in technology and data solutions. The City was commended for delivery of 4 key projects: Smarter Suburbs, Geelong Data Exchange, the Smart City Framework and Implementation Plan, and its community-led Weather Together Sensing Network. On behalf of Council, I thank all of those involved in the City's success. And this is also our first meeting since the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. I offer my condolences to community members mourning the Queen, many of whom fondly remember her visits to Geelong. May she rest in peace. Now our Windermere Ward representatives, Councillor Aiken and Councillor Grisbeck, will take the opportunity to provide an overview of some of the great work that's been delivered or is underway in this ward. Over to you, councillors.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, welcome everyone. We love seeing a full room of people, so thank you for coming. We're going to give you a quick overview of things that have been going on in the Windermere Ward. Anthony Aiken and I are your representatives for this area in the northern parts of Geelong, and we've got a snapshot of some activities you'll see up on the screen happening around the ward. Over to the next one, please.
Thank you, Kylie, and I also echo those words as well too. Fantastic to see an overfilling crowd in the Lara Hall, and it is great for those people who've never been to Lara before to actually be here, and a very warm welcome to all of you as well too. So the first project I'd like to just give a quick update on is the Northern Aquatic and Community Hub. This is the biggest project that Council has actually ever undertaken outside of the CBD of Geelong, and just this week we received an update in terms of the progress of that particular project. You probably see that there's a lift shaft that's now, when you're driving on the Melbourne Road into Geelong, you can see over that fence and actually see the works are actually progressing extremely well. That project is over $60 million in terms of investment into our local community, and it was partnered with the Victorian Government of $8.5 million and the Federal Government of $8.26 million. We will continue to watch that project grow over the next 12 months, and in fact the officers have advised me that they're going to cut some panels in those advertising hoardings that you see around the outside of that particular project, so people can start looking in and see what's happening in terms of the Northern Arc. It is a great project. We're really proud of it, and we look forward to its official opening.
And some good news, we've got the Spirit of Tasmania arriving, and the first sailing is on Sunday the 23rd of October. That's about 450,000 customers each year, and huge economic benefits for our region. There's about 25,000 recreational vehicles, RVs, campers, caravans, coming ashore to Geelong annually. And we're really keen to attract and retain those RV people within our visitor market for a tourism perspective. And we're examining the potential about new low-cost camping sites in the northern suburbs, and we'll have some more to say on that as we go further. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Now, this one is the first time we've had an opportunity to talk to the Lara community since the completion of this project, and that is the Broderick Road site clean-up. And I really do hope that the Lara community understand the significant amount of work that Council did with the EPA to get the resolution that we did receive. It really does deserve an applause from the Lara community for what actually occurred at that site location. For those that don't know, every Lara resident knows about this, but for those that don't know about it, this was actually Victoria's largest ever fire risk clean-up project. It cost $72 million to actually clean the site. Over 286,000 cubic metres of stockpiled waste was actually removed from that site location. What's actually happening now, the site is receiving ongoing maintenance. Safety, it is safe and secured. It is under the responsibility of the liquidators, so PricewaterhouseCoopers is actually responsible of that site. But the city remains ultimately the responsible planning for authority for what's going to happen in the future. The site is currently zoned in Industrial Zone 2, but what this council group is committed to is to never see what happened there again, not just in Lara, but the whole of Victoria. Yeah.
We're heading over to the Lara Recreation Reserve Master Plan. This is stage 1 of the master plan that we had put into practice in the last few years. This includes construction of the new multi-use pavilion at the netball and tennis clubs, and I'm sure you've seen the works going on down there. Thanks to the state government, they've put in $400,000 and council's investing $2.35 million. It will deliver 2 new netball and 2 new tennis courts, sports lighting and equipment, and the pavilion structure and the veranda is, the concrete slab is down, and you can see we've already started building the internal and external cladding and framing. It's going really well, and we're hoping it to be completed by the end of the year.
Thank you, Kylie. And it's with pleasure that tonight we talk about stage 2 of the Lara Recreation Master Plan, and this is the baseball precinct, and that's a $4.5 million project which Council endorsed in this year's particular budget. That project will actually see a brand new baseball diamond and pavilion facility. It will also see a women's football, women's cricket and soccer overflow capacity in that particular precinct. It is a fantastic addition to the sporting infrastructure and community infrastructure that exists in Lara.
And who's not excited about the Commonwealth Games coming? And I think we're really looking forward to partnering with the state government to host 7 sporting events here in Geelong. Stead Park has been confirmed as the home of hockey for the Games, and Geelong will also be hosting aquatics, beach volleyball, cricket, gymnastics, table tennis and the triathlon. So you really get a good opportunity when the Com Games are here to go and see it. This Stead Park follows installation of lighting and CCTV in Stead Park and Austin Park and improves safety around those spaces, and that was also supported by a state government grant as well.
Thank you, Kylie. The next one to talk about is actually occurring at the present time in Corio, and that's the Shell Reserve upgrade. People don't understand that during COVID, this council actually made its highest ever capital commitments towards community projects over the last 2.5 years, and this is an example of one of those. This is construction of new pavilion to cater for disability and women's football and cricket at the Shell Reserve, and there was also an upgrade of netball and cricket facilities. It's underway now. We anticipate it will be finished in about 3 to 5 months, and then it will be another great community asset for the northern suburbs.
And for those of you who've gone down to Anarchy recently, you'll see that we've started some building works down there with a $2.5 million development of Anarchy Reserve. The new social rooms will be a multi-purpose facility for the Anarchy community, for the sports club and also the cricket club. Big, large social room facility will feature a kitchen, a gym, a bar, a cool room, unisex accessible amenities, which is perfect out in Anarchy because they don't actually have any accessible amenities out there. Aiming to be completed hopefully by the start of the football season next year.
The next one is one of the most loved new pieces of infrastructure that we've created in Lara, and that's the Lara Dog Park. But what did happen was that our designers didn't anticipate that the water runoff was going to wash underneath the gate. And what actually did happen was the dogs were getting let in there by their owners and quickly worked out how you could escape out of the Lara Dog Park. So what council responded to that, we've now concreted new pathways, we've actually fixed up the gate that's associated with it, and once again it returns to being one of the most well-loved pieces of new infrastructure in the Lara community. So go and take your dogs there. We promise you now they won't escape under the fence.
And just back to Evans Reserve, which is in Nor Lane. New lighting has been installed at Evans Reserve. That's the home of the Cobras, to support soccer in Nor Lane, and it's one of 7 sporting venues across Geelong which we've upgraded the lighting to, thanks to both council funding and state government funding. Over to you, Ollie.
Thanks, Kylie. Look, we're nearly closing, so we'll get into the meeting proper. But now, just to give you a bit of an idea of some of the projects that we're advocating for during this state election project, what's not mentioned there is a potential basketball stadium at Beckley Park. Kylie and I are passionate about that, and we will continue to lobby the state government for that one. But some of the projects there include public transport connections between the Lara Station and Avalon Airport, government funding to replace the temporary library. The library in Lara has been temporary for 11 years. We probably think that's long enough. Funding to deliver stage 3 of the Lara Sports Master Plan, which includes a duplication of the Botanic Gardens tan running and walking track around the Lara Sports Reserve, which will be a fantastic asset to Lara. And importantly, and we'll talk about this in a short time, we're also advocating for the delivery of funding to improve and upgrade the Yuyangs and Serendip Master Plan. Now, before I do close, you probably saw that John Aaron, MP, was seen in a number of the photos that you saw tonight. Kylie and I would like to publicly acknowledge John. John actually is retiring in November of this year after 20 years of service to the community in the northern suburbs and Lara. As you can see from the pictures that were presented tonight, we have worked extremely closely with John, for Kylie and I, for the last 5 years, but 20 years service to your community certainly deserves it certainly deserves our support and respect. And Kylie and I both say thank you very much, John. We wish you well in the future. John's actually going to be moving to Lara to live, because that's actually where most of his family is now located as well too. And we look forward to working with the new representative and making sure that we can get the most as we can for the city of Greater Geelong, and in particular for the northern suburbs.
Is that it?
Oh, we could go on.
Yeah.
No, thanks
We're
very much.
We're happy to talk about our community.
Just a round of applause for Councillor Aiken and Grisbeck. They certainly do a wonderful job for their ward, and we're most grateful for that. So thank you very much. I'll continue on. So I'll be asking the councillors for strict adherence to speaking time limits tonight. Any apologies and leaves of absence? I note that Councillor Asher is an apology for tonight's meeting. Is there any other apologies? No? Is there any leave of absence going forward? No? So declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest in relation to tonight's agenda? Councillor Grisbeck.
Mr Mayor, item number 1, the flood zone and overlays. I have property that's in this particular piece of work, so I will declare a conflict.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Confirmation of the minutes. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 23rd of August 2022? Been mover, Councillor Harwood, seconded Councillor Sullivan. All in favour? That is carried. Thank you, councillors. Next item on the agenda is public question and submission time. The next time it is specifically available for questions and submissions rather than a forum for discussion. In accordance with our policy, we set aside 45 minutes for question time, providing for each person to address the council for 3 minutes per question or submission, with a maximum of 3 questions per person. Questions and submissions provided in writing prior to the meeting will be considered first. After this, if time permits, members of the gallery will be given an opportunity to ask a question or make a submission. However, if it's in relation to an agenda item, councillors won't be able to provide you with an answer, but you're able to hear us consider the item shortly. I note there are some questions relating to items on tonight's agenda which are directed at councillors. These include item 1.1, the Lara Flood Zone and Overlay Amendment, and item 2.3, the South Geelong Urban Design Framework. As these items are being considered tonight, councillors will be unable to answer any questions during public question time. For those who have pre-submitted questions but are not present tonight, responses to your questions have been published on the council's website and will also be emailed to you. It's also important to note that each councillor has read the questions sent in. For tonight's meeting, we have received 32 pre-submitted questions from 30 community members. And as per the Local Government Act, I'm going to read through each of those. Stephen Park, in relation to rates notices. Jeff Taylor, public infrastructure in Lara. Adrian Barber, public infrastructure, footpaths, Lara. Lorraine Kulik, Lara Giants Basketball Club. Robert Barbie, Lions Club Lara, storage shed. Michael Hellman, in relation to planning amendment, flood overlay. Barry White, Serendip Sanctuary, Lara. Roger Smith, Serendip Sanctuary. Barry White, again, planning amendment, flood overlay. Sharon, Sale Yards Housing, traffic management. Michael Hellman, Serendip Sanctuary. Angela Mangan, Packington Street Urban Design Framework. William Burrows, planning amendment, flood overlay. Frank Chalafor, Serendip Sanctuary and the planning amendment, flood overlay. Dennis Scott, planning amendment, flood overlay. Marilyn Pettit, planning amendment, flood overlay and Sandy Road. Ben Neville, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Penny Clark, planning amendment, flood overlay. Jenny, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. James and Eliza McLaughlin, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Sally Kerner, Packington Street Urban Design Framework. Graham Hobbs, Highton Urban Design Framework. John Winkler, Kiama Drive Drainage and Sandy Road. Dr Jane Mooney, Packington Street Urban Design Framework, and submission of formal minutes from the North Packington Community Meeting. Caitlin Kirby, Packington Street Urban Design Framework. Paddy Seiler, Packington Street Urban Design Framework. Catherine Scorpo, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Jennifer Lewis, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Erin, Highton Urban Design Framework. Hugh Davies, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Jennifer Banto, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Wilma Cameron, South Geelong Urban Design Framework. So there's a lot there. Now I'm going to go back to the start and go through them. Stephen Park. Stephen here? Not a good start. Stephen Park's not here? Okay, he will receive an answer to his question. Jeff Taylor. No, nothing from Jeff. No. Adrian Barber.
Yep.
Thanks, Adrian. You want to come forward, please? Just the table in the middle there, Adrian. Thank you.
Good evening. Start off with a nice simple one, seeing as I'm the first here. For over 10 years, there's been a neglect of the footpath, the problems in Buckingham Street, Lara. I've noted that originally it was going to be covered by a special charge that the council has seemed to change their mind on. I've been advised that it was going to be put in a budget for 2022-23, but we've not received any information as to A, whether or not it's been approved, B, when, if it has been approved, that will happen. And actually it's quite disgraceful. The traffic has increased in Buckingham Street. The amount of people that are riding mobility scooters, older generation walking down there, kids on bikes, they're actually running down and riding down Buckingham Street is of real concern. And I'd like to know when the council is going to fix it, not if they're going to fix it. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Just wait there. Well, Adrian, just wait.
You're welcome to sit there.
Yep. So I've got the Director, Robin Stevens, Director of Community Life, will answer that question for you. Sounds like it came on then, Robin.
Thank you, Mayor Murray, and thank you for the question. I'm answering on behalf of City Services. So thank you for the question. The City's investing $1 million in this financial year to complete strategic missing links in the footpath network. Missing sections in Buckingham Street and Melissa Drive, Lara, are being delivered as part of the program. So thanks, Adrian, for coming along.
When will that be?
I'll have to take that one on notice and let you know, Adrian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Lorraine Kulik. Thanks, Lorraine.
Good evening. I'm the Vice President of the Lara Giants Basketball Club. The Lara Giants Basketball Club is a diversified volunteer-run club, having just celebrated 30 years of representing and actively supporting the community. We have over 600 junior members comprising 80 teams and over 120 volunteers. We are currently the largest basketball club within the Geelong region without a facility. There are smaller clubs within our region that have their own stadium. In recent times, basketball has seen rapid continued growth. Our basketball numbers continue to grow, where in Lara more kids play basketball than any other sport. It's difficult to try and increase a sense of belonging within our club and maintain a connection, especially from the wider community, where we don't have a place to call home. Last year, the club was pleased to receive $50,000 in funding from the City of Greater Geelong's 2021-22 budget from the Windermere Ward. These funds have enabled the club to conduct a business plan, including feasibility, scoping, development and planning of our proposed stadium. We are shovel ready. Further to my email to all the councillors, my question tonight is, what is the plan from the City to move forward on a local basketball stadium and bring our shovel-ready business case to fruition? It is time for the Lara Giants to be given a home. Thank you.
Thanks, Lorraine. Robin Stevens, Community Life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Murray, and thank you, Lorraine, for the questions. The City has been pleased, and thanks for calling that out, to offer the community grant to assist the club in preparing the concept plan for the stadium that you've got in mind. In terms of the strategic planning, the priorities for indoor facilities in the northern parts of the city at the moment are the expansion of the existing leisure time sports precinct, along with the new 3-court indoor stadium for Lara West as part of the growth area planning. These are outlined in the social infrastructure plan and required as part of the precinct structure plan and developer contributions plan. Development of facilities that differ from the current strategic planning priorities of council and those that are proposed on private land, which is, might be what you're looking at, would likely require the attraction of state or federal government funding for their delivery. So thanks, Lorraine, for your questions tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lorraine. Robert Barbie. Thanks, Robert.
Club of Lara. So in 2021, the Lions Club of Lara applied and was successful in gaining a grant to build a shed here in Lara. The news that we received that grant was reinvigorated the Lions Club. Just the thought of having our own home really was an immense lift. We recognise the site at the Lara Golf Club as the best site for us to situate the shed. And we put a lot of work in and planning into building or getting that shed organised on that site. After working on the project for quite a long time, we had a groundbreaking ceremony in July. We've ordered a shed, attained a building permit from the City of Greater Geelong, only to find out that we cannot progress on that site. A huge disappointment to the Lions Club of Lara and its members. My question tonight, are you able to provide some clarity to members of the Lions Club of Lara regarding the decision to backflip over the agreed siting of the new storage shed at the Lara Golf Club after a building permit was issued to the building contractor by the City of Greater Geelong?
Thanks, Robert. Bryce Prosser with the Customer and Corporate Services will answer this for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your question, Robert, and your statement. Any party wishing to construct or place a building on city-owned or managed land has a responsibility to obtain landowners' consent from the city's delegate for asset ownership. So that's the issue. Unfortunately, the building permit was applied for without the landowner's consent to construct the building in this location. A building permit is a regulatory process that considers the building requirements, which is separate from the consent for the location. The City understands that the Lions Club approached the golf club, however the golf club does not have the authority to grant the consent. I understand that the City is assisting the Lions Club to identify an alternative location.
Okay, that's fine. I'd just asked if the council could review the decision. Because we would like to proceed. Just
allow Robert. Robert, what were you going to say?
Look, I'd like just the council to review that position. We've looked at other sites and there's not really another site in Lara that we see as suitable. And we'd like to proceed at the golf club. It's, that's what we
understand your sentiment. Councillor Aiken.
So Kylie and I read your email as well too, and that tonight's the first time we've actually heard the officer's response. Kylie and I can assure you we're not happy with the officer's response, so we're happy to engage with you and actually look for a solution. To be saying that the responsible authorities council is not giving you was an anomaly with the process. Well, in fact, council should be helping you if there was an anomaly with the process, not telling you that the process was wrong and we're not going to grant you because the process is wrong. Kylie and I will certainly become champions for you and will seek the support of our fellow councillors on that.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Michael Hellman.
Thank you, councillors. I think I'm fairly typical of most of the residents of Lara, and the flood overlay is a largish document that is difficult for most of Lara to understand. So my question is, there appears to be no definitive rationale for placing this overlay. The summary states that the overlay is based upon anecdotal evidence and aerial photo imagery.
It appears that it was a desktop exercise. The maps are extremely difficult to read. What is the point of the overlay? Does the overlay fix any historically approved housing being built with floor levels below 300 mil? Will the overlay enable insurance companies to either refuse insurance cover to older houses or substantially increase premiums? I can't see the point of the overlay. It doesn't fix what might flood. And Lara's got a bit of a bad rap about flooding. Hovels Creek's there. You fixed the issue from the 8th of December 1988 from that big flood. And since then, there are the odd pockets in Lara that still flood in the streets. But there are a lot of streets that appear to have a blue dot on them, houses with a blue dot, that have never flooded in the 40 years I've been in Lara.
Thanks for your question, Michael. We'll go to Gareth Smith, Director of City Planning and Economy, for response.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for coming along tonight and asking those questions. The City's flood studies follow the method documented in the Australian Rainfall and Runoff 2019 guidelines, which is considered the national standard. So that's the process we've followed. The hydraulic modelling and mapping used is the best available ground-based, what's referred to as light detecting and ranging data, or known as LIDAR data, and photogrammetry. LIDAR is a proven method used to determine ground level information over large areas and does not need access to individual properties to undertake that work. It is also more detailed than what can be reasonably captured by site visits. As part of the city undertook floor level surveys of a number of properties as well. Property owners were contacted if access was required. However, in most cases, the surveyor was able to make measurements from the street. The city acknowledges that the catchment maps make it sometimes difficult to view individual properties and where the special building overlay would be specifically applied. The city has taken some further feedback on that and exploring other ways to better get those maps more legible in some instances. The SBO applies to stormwater flooding in urban areas only. Drainage systems were previously designed to a lower standard than those that are used today, with generally no provisions for overland flow. The purpose of the SBO is to ensure that future developments allow the free passage of flood waters, minimise flood damage, are compatible with flood hazard and local drainage conditions, and will not cause significant rise in flood level or flow velocities. In terms of the insurance point you raise, each insurance company has its own process for calculating premiums. Criteria generally includes historic flood information, claims history and building type, and certainly on our website we did follow up with the Australian Insurance Institute, and we actually have some fact sheets on our website as well, because the best advice you can get is actually obviously through the insurance sector rather than the city on how that might impact individual properties or the likes. But thank you again, Michael.
Thanks, Michael.
Well, yeah, just before I go, I still don't understand the point of the flood overlay, talking in those terms that you've used. And if someone could simply tell me what we're going to achieve.
What the flood overlays do is the best summary I would suggest. It actually provides transparency to the community to understand what the potential flood impacts are on land in across Lara, and we also did the similar for the Lower Barwon and Lower Moorabool and our coastal areas. So it's transparency to provide information so that informed decisions could be made in the future when building occurs to, one, protect the asset, and two, protect people in that. So that's the basis of what we do it, and why it's done across the city.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Gareth. Barry White.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Look, I had two questions. One was on Serendip. I think that might have been the first question, followed by also the Lara flood study. Just to, I guess, be consistent with the discussion, I'd like to start with the Lara flood study and then deal with Serendip, if that's all right. I can do them as two separate questions.
We're in your hands, Barry.
Okay, well, let's start with the Lara flood study. It's the first time that's happened. With the Lara flood study, at the August 23rd council meeting, I did request that the community consultation process be reviewed and an open public information session be conducted. And I guess this reflects some of the comments that Mike Hellman just made. As most existing private property owners affected by the proposed changes will face similar issues. This was rejected in favour of a face-to-face interview process which only enabled a small percentage of of the more than 500 objectors to participate. Interviews conducted between individual residents, interviewed by planners and engineers, was confronting and intimidating. I didn't leave my 15-minute interview with questions answered. I left with more documents that raised even more questions. For example, a couple of quotes from the Insurance Council's handouts that were just referred to were along the following lines. Firstly, insurers may charge an additional flood insurance premium in order to collect sufficient premiums to meet the cost of future claims as they arise. Secondly, insurers prefer to use the highest quality flood modelling available. This usually means a local or state government flood study. And thirdly, generally speaking, new data that provides a different assessment of the flood hazard compared to previous information used by the insurer will drive a change in premiums. So we can expect an increase in insurance costs, and I think with regulatory costs as well. I also noted in the PowerPoint summary that was given to me during the interview, stated that the special building overlay identifies land in urban areas liable to inundation by overland stormwater flows that exceed the capacity of the drainage system. My property, which is affected, is rural living zone, and it wasn't clearly explained to me why I should therefore have my property included. I also thought that the PowerPoint summary that was presented should have formed the basis for a public information session along the lines that I'd suggested on August the 23rd. This amendment will affect thousands of households. A public session with a clear and simple explanation about the purpose of the project, why Lara, what the zoning proposals will mean, especially for existing property owners, and the financial implications, then followed by individual face-to-face interviews if required, would have been a fairer and better process. As things stand, given continued uncertainty, this proposal should be rejected. My question, specifically, is where major changes are proposed which will impact on communities and thousands of ratepayers, will Council undertake a review of its community engagement and consultation process? It should focus on what the community wants to know, not what management wants to deliver. What has been delivered is not community consultation.
Thanks, Barry. Might get Gareth to answer that question first.
Thanks, Mary, and thanks, Barry, again. It's good to see you again. In the simplest... I actually genuinely mean that. Well, you do. You add good value. I do appreciate it. So, but look, in the simplest terms, I'll read through there's some further detail, I guess, which is helpful for the audience as well to remind the engagements that's occurred. But the simplest answer on the real specific question about reviewing the engagement, we continually review our engagement processes and practices, and we design them around each particular situation. We don't roll out one across, and we just continue to do that. So that's the straightforward answer. We will always continue to review and get better and improve how we go about that. Some more of the specifics as well, I guess, into some of the comments in that made as well. Look, you know, we do understand that some questions were generic in nature, as you've appreciated as well. And the majority of those questions could be received through the course of the amendment and were property specific as well, of course, as well. The City felt this was best discussed one-on-one, particularly when we're dealing with private information around property owners, which I appreciate you respect that part as well. The City had, at that last session, the City had over 50 property owners attend the appointments, and the City office will continue to be available and continue to get inquiries about it and respond to those. It's important to understand that the amendment does not cause or change the likelihood of flooding, but recognises the existing risk that is there now. Should the amendment not proceed, there is a risk that new buildings are not constructed in a way that would protect them and neighbouring properties against future flood. The City understands that you would have preferred a town hall meeting, and most recent community sessions were just one of many ways the City has engaged with the Lara residents. The City held 3 community engagement events at Lara RSL as part of the study. Each event had 3 sessions and focused on different objectives. 11th of September 2018 gathered knowledge of historic flooding from locals in the region and created public awareness of the project. 28th of March 2009 we seek feedback on the modelling of the collaboration events to actually test some of the modelling that was done based on people's local knowledge as well. And in 22 October 2009, we saw comments on the draft flood extents at that time as well. The events were all communicated via City News, Geelong advertisement posted Lara happenings, and engagement resulted in 5,000 webpage views. So we know there was certainly a reach there. 6 online comments and 82 visitors to some of those sessions. The City has hosted drop-in sessions in Lara in August, obviously 21 this year, and we appreciate you attending that as well. I will say, just off that script as well, you made some additional comments again around the insurance aspect. Whether there's an overlay or not, as you referenced, one of the things you quoted, the flood studies have been undertaken. The insurance companies use the flood studies. The overlays are about transparency to protect community and others and create awareness of what the implications are on their land. Whether council proceeds with this or not, the studies will exist and the insurance company will still use that scientific data to actually inform what they do in premiums. So thank you again, Barry.
Thanks, Gareth. Barry, Serendip.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, Serendip Sanctuary is very much in our focus at the moment. Certainly our organisation, our group has been involved with Serendip since 2004 and we've fought off quite a few battles from development and so forth that would impact on Serendip's role and its status. It is really Lara's most important environmental and tourist asset, but what we're experiencing at the moment as a result of Park Victoria's poor management could best be described as death by 1,000 cuts, mainly financial cuts. Serendip is internationally recognised and has attracted hundreds of thousands of visitors over the past 25 years since it was redesigned, and Mike Hellman played a crucial role in that whole process. It was identified together with the Yuyangs in Park Victoria's Yuyangs Precinct Master Plan, which was released in February, as a focus for future tourism development in this region. When the first draft of the plan was released, a public petition attracted 18,000 public responses, mostly critical of the lack of recognition of Serendip's wildlife conservation and tourism value. Recent action by Parks Victoria appears set on destroying the sanctuary's relevance and value with the removal of native birds and animals, which are the very essence of Serendip's reputation as a major visit attraction. The master plan, in fact, makes no mention of removing wildlife. It also doesn't mention particular actions or, more importantly, funding, which, of course, we need to implement the master plan. It does, however, accurately describe the sanctuary's poor condition and the quality of hides, fences and enclosures, ponding sites, information centre and the entrance, which frankly is a disgrace, which is due, of course, to lack of investment in maintenance and development. Now, Council was a member of the Master Plan's Project Control Group, and we now implore it to take action to stop what is occurring. While the community did play a central role in contributing to the plan, its representation on the Project Control Group was rejected, even though we did request representation. Consequently, we had no further opportunity to comment on it before it was approved by the Parks Vic Board and the Minister. The question specifically is, will Council urgently advocate on the community's behalf to protect Serendip from further decline, the return of wildlife that has been removed, recognition of its role as a major wildlife destination and refuge, and a key tourist attraction for our region? Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Gareth?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Barry, again. The City acknowledges the current community concerns and agree that Serendip Sanctuary is a highly valued asset and visitor destination that has great potential to grow and evolve. In response to this, Councillor Kylie Griesbeck has put forward a notice of motion, I'm sure you're all familiar with tonight, for Council to consider this evening. The motion proposes that the City corresponds with the Minister for Environment regarding the importance of Serendip Sanctuary and as an environmental and tourist asset and current community concerns. The City will continue to work closely with the community and state government to achieve a positive outcome for the community environment, and I'm sure it'll be a good discussion today when the notice of motion comes up.
Thank you for that. We'll look forward to that.
Yep.
Yep.
Thanks, Barry. Thanks, Gareth. Roger Smith. Roger is Director of Operations at Echidna Walkabout and is on the advisory group at Serendip. Roger.
Thanks, Mayor. This may be one of the last times I stand in front of this council or sit in front of this council to talk about Serendip. Over the last year or two, we have noticed exactly what Barry was just talking about. And as a result, 10,000 tourists that go into Serendip each year will stop going there from the end of March 2023. The reason it's happening is absolutely disgraceful, beyond my wildest expectations after years and years of fighting this. 2004, Barry just said, Lara Care Group started working on this. Why should we as a community, all of us, keep on fighting to save a place which has elevated Lara and Geelong to an internationally recognised wildlife tourism destination. Why should we do that? It's something we all need to ask ourselves. I was hoping to remain fairly quiet and calm here. By the way, I don't expect a response. But what I do expect is this council tonight to listen to Kylie and Anthony and look to the future. I just want to tell you something about a study that was done by BirdLife Australia and it was released a month ago. Abbreviated, it said over 500,000, this was about wildlife tourism, over 500,000 Australian travellers incorporated bird watching in their travels. Bird tourism contributes $283 million to the Australian economy each year, and that's just Australians. It's not international visitors. The international visitors would double that number, probably triple it. Why doesn't Parks Victoria recognise this? We put so much effort in during the master plan to try and help them to understand what that was about, and nothing came out. Nothing at all. Birdwatching tourists tend to spend more than any other tourists, especially on overnight trips. Now, for the people who are here in the audience, that may not mean a lot, but every time a person stays overnight, particularly an international traveller, they they quadruple the amount of money they spend in the region. The impact on the region, guys, is that we all work, we all get jobs, and employment increases. Why doesn't Parks Victoria understand that? I don't know. I can't understand that. Now, this is a really important one. Birdwatching tourists commonly combine other nature-based activities and cultural experiences with birdwatching travel, including other wildlife experiences, food and wine that everybody talks about, and Indigenous cultural and historical tours. I'm a bird watcher, I'm a wildlife watcher. I've just been to Africa, I've been to the Northern Territory running tours, I've been to Western Australia running tours. What have I done while I've been there? I've stayed in accommodation, I've bought food, I've gone on cultural experiences, I've bought wine, I've done all the things that you would expect of. What does that mean?
That's your time, Roger, but just keep going. I understand your passion, but we've got to get through.
I had 6 minutes, didn't I? I've got two questions.
Oh, you've got two questions,
yeah.
Okay.
The two questions are already in front of council, so I'm not going to repeat them again. Bird and nature tourists are amongst the most environmentally aware tourists that travel. In other words, they care about the environment, they care about places. I'm assuming that 3 minutes was 3 minutes and I actually have 6 minutes. Thank you, Trent. I presume that nod, well, anyway. But but to do with my question in particular, Parks Victoria has the ability and was asked to provide an advisory group to be involved in the You Yang's master plan. They ignored that. We need to find out why. That's one thing. And I have made suggestions about how that advisory group should work. It should have I won't go into details, you've already got it, councillors. Additionally, my second question, and I'll keep this very brief, was that we need to go to the Victorian Department of Treasury and Finance and find out why this master plan isn't being financed. But that's really all that I need to say. But there is just one last thing, is that it's not a matter of just money. It's a matter of Parks Victoria understanding the value of wildlife tourism. It's worth millions and millions of dollars. It's growing, it's exponentially growing, as the report by BirdLife Australia has set out. And I suppose lastly, I just want to talk not just to councillors but to everybody else here. The Lara Care Group was set up to protect Serendip. I'm a member of that group and have been involved with it for a very long time. In the past, thousands of people marched down Windermere Road in the pouring rain to stop a major development. After a long battle by residents, council itself revoked an application for a fire station opposite Serendip. 18,000 people signed a petition to stop the fire station. Many years ago, I was on a bus trying to convince the Chief Financial Officer of Parks Victoria to stop selling Serendip off. He drove in the back of the bus with 40 Americans on board. We drove in the front entrance. We hadn't gone more than 200 yards when the entire bus slanted to one side as 40 Americans tried to see kangaroos and emus in the front paddock of Serendip. The Chief Financial Officer got up at the back of the bus, walked to me at the front, got off and said to me, "I'm not closing Serendip, it's too damn good." Now, Serendip means much more to Lara than a square mile of bushland. It is much more than that. It is a crown that sits on top of Lara, protecting everything we know and love as Australians. Tonight I ask, and we ask, I'm sure if I ask people to put up their hands, how many people care about Serendip? And I'm sure you all would have done the same thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Roger. You didn't stay for the answer, Roger.
He requested no answer, Mayor. So
I think you can respond to that, Gareth.
Okay, I can. Okay. Thank you again, Roger. Appreciate you attending and the passion to that, a very worthwhile topic. So, and as I mentioned with the previous, to Barry's question on it as well, certainly we recognise that community concern, and that's recognised with the notice of motion put forward tonight by Councillor Kylie Griesbach. The motion proposed the City corresponds with the Minister of Environment, as I mentioned previously. But the motion will be discussed later during the meeting, and there's several requests to the Minister, including working partnership to support the delivery of the Yangs Master Plan, which is the other point you highlighted as well. It's a really important aspect to get that implemented. So thank you again, Roger.
Thanks, Gareth. We've actually used up our 45 minutes of question time, but made the decision we will continue. So we're only up to question 10 of 32 submitted. So
I'm going to be here for a while.
we'll continue. Sharon, Sale Yards Housing. Sharon?
I have a very short question.
Thanks, Sharon.
So my question is, what consideration, if any, is the City of Greater Geelong giving to the impact of car traffic from the Sale Yards housing development on Packington Street and surrounding streets, please? That's it.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Gareth Smith, Director of City Planning and Economy.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sharon, for coming this evening. The Sale Yards Precinct Plan, it was a movement and access strategy report, which was prepared by a company called ESR Transport Planning to inform the Geelong Sale Yards Precinct Plan. It considered the site's immediate and broad context, factoring existing infrastructure, including Packington Street. The report gave particular consideration to the existing road network, public transport routes, pedestrian infrastructure, available car parking in the area, and the municipal bicycle network. An analysis was provided on the existing capacity of the road network, and the report provides recommendations for upgrades and works to adequately cater for increased traffic resulting from the proposal. These recommendations have been used to inform the Sale Yards Precinct Plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Gareth. Michael Hellman.
Thank you. I was going to ask a question about Serendip, but I think Barry's and Roger's covered it, other than to say that I spent 20 years there working. I went there for 18 months to do a project, and I loved it that much I stayed there the whole time. All I'll say is, after retiring in 2010, the last 7 years of going to Serendip are very sad and leave me a little emotional every time I go there, because I can't believe how bad Parks Victoria has handled the issue. So I implore you to follow with the PRESEC plan and funding, because otherwise animals are gone and they're gone forever.
Thanks, Michael. Angela Mangan.
I live in the northern Paco...
Angela, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yep.
I live in the northern Paco precinct of Geelong West. My questions relate to the Paco North UDF. At the October 2021 council meeting, I asked the question, and I quote, "What are the exact processes and standards that Geelong Council have in place to ensure that any new developments are of an architecturally high standard and fit within the character of the area that they will be located in?" The response I received at that meeting 11 months ago was again, and I quote, "The city is currently in the process of developing a Geelong Design Excellence Program and with the Office of the Victorian Government Architect, including the potential establishment of a Geelong Design Review Panel to consider significant developments where the city is the responsible authority." My first question is, will Council please provide an update on the development and establishment of this program and panel in terms of when both will be operational, and will these be a mandated part of the process of evaluating applications for any future developments in Geelong, including Gordon Avenue and Packington Street? My second question, at the recent on-street neighbourhood chat meetings in Paco North between residents and a council urban planner, a number of questions were asked by residents that were unable to be answered by the urban planner at the time. These questions were written down by the external consultant at these meetings, and residents were told answers would be sought and provided. Have the individuals who asked these questions received responses? Where is the publicly accessible list of the questions asked and the answers to these questions being made available?
Thanks, Angela. Gareth Smith.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Angela, for coming this evening. In regards to the first question, so the City is committed to the Geelong Design Excellence Program. However, there have been competing priorities to deliver on this work, and it's not substantially progressed yet. The selection of developments to be considered by the Geelong Design Review Panel will be based on criteria developed as part of that Design Excellence Program. And certainly the challenge that team has is a significant amount of work before them, but some of that's taking significantly more time as well, and holding up some of the other projects. With regard to question 2 about those outstanding questions, so responses to questions that couldn't be answered about individual properties have been provided directly to those impacted landowners. The feedback provided by the community during the community engagement process, including those neighbourhood chats, will be published in a summary report and uploaded to the Have Your Say webpage, which we hope will be later this week.
Thanks, Gareth. Thanks, Angela. William Burrows. No? Frank Chalathor. Thanks, Frank.
Good evening, honoured councillors and mayor. The city is currently investing in a tourism sustainability scheme to ensure our region can provide long-term viable attractions. The popular Serendip Sanctuary is currently in a state of shameful decline due to management changes, a lack of funding, and lost vision. I asked Council to lobby the Minister for immediate funding to repopulate recently rehomed fauna and to fund this popular site so valuable to our regional tourism. In regards to the proposed flood amendment in Lara, I plead with Council to abandon it and not send it to an independent panel. The flood consultant Water Technologies concedes that in several areas, inflows of floodwater used in their desktop-only modeling were not representative of actual conditions when agreeing with 2,203 exemptions they initially recommended for overlays. Stating a lack of available development information as a reason is not credible, as this exists in planning's estate permit files. Planning concedes that under the planning scheme, the SBO overlays are to be applied to urban zones and, quote, not a good fit for the rural living zone. that myself and 5,000 others are targeted for. Planning sent invitations to 535 objectors of record to book a 15-minute one-on-one session at the Lara Community Center that had a non-disclosed 30-person limit that was booked out in a matter of hours on the first day. No contact details for bookings was provided. Senior planning staff stated that 37 objectors had been granted a booking, or just 7% of those invited. At my session, I asked the flood consultant if any developer now being granted exemptions from overlays was present in the early 2020 assessment meetings they cite as being key to the flood study.
Excuse me, Frank.
The answer was,
Me,
I am
Frank,
not authorized
Frank,
to say.
Are these questions submitted? Are these the questions that
My
are submitted?
question is next. That's the preamble to my question, Mr. Mayor. Question 1, will council investigate what, if anything, under the planning scheme justified the planning and engineering department to steadfastly refuse to hold a general public information session in Lara, or to even provide adequate access to all affected parties, given most unanswered questions are the same on proposed flood overlays, seen by all as unjustified, prohibitively expensive, and far too overreaching? On my last question, at the last council meeting of 23 August, I asked the question as to why the designated city engineering staff was not required to provide the promised written answers to my flood overlay questions they solicited from me during the public consultations in 2021. The planning director provided a patently false answer to council regarding my question when he stated I had received several written replies to my SBO flood overlay questions, when he acknowledges all I received was a single department form letter statement as a reply to an inquiry not even sent to them. I called out planning to produce the alleged several written replies. What I received was a written apology from the planning director that there were none. Question, will council record the planning director's apology to myself into the minutes today that I was not lying to council on my 23 August 2022 question presentation, and indeed have never received the promised written replies to my flood overlay questions as promised by the city engineering staff? Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Gareth?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Frank. Good to see you again for coming along this evening. So with regard to Serendip, your first question, so the city acknowledges again that community's concerns, as I've referred into the previous questions, which is certainly an integral part of the Yuyang's precinct master plan. And in recognition of this, Councillor colleague Resbeck, of course, put forward the notice of motion for this evening. In regards to question 2, the City of Greater Geelong has conducted extensive community consultation on the proposed flood overlay since 2018. This includes holding those 4 Lara flood study information sessions in Lara and online sessions where residents could view maps and ask questions of city engineers and planners. The planning scheme amendment process for Amendment C339 has also included public exhibition, accepting of submissions and the opportunity to meet online with city planners and regular updates provided to submitters. The most recent engagement included individual phone appointments, one-on-one, meetings in the Lara community session, which you referred to on September 8, and approximately 51 attended that. So although it did book out quickly, which was pleasing because we took that as a positive that people were keen to meet one-on-one, and we extended that out for another, so there was 51 in total over 5 hours. I also we don't want to forget, this is over 3 years, so the 51 we refer to in a percentage of those that have submitted, there's been multiple engagements and conversations had with many submitters between time as well. These sessions were a preferred approach over a general town hall forum, primarily as the topic is complex and requires direct answers to individual property owners, which is often personal information. General information regarding the study, flood modelling and planning scheme amendment is publicly available on the City's website and hard copies on the request. In regards to question 3, we can confirm that, as you're aware, that on 30th of August I did send an email to yourself and apologising A previous response stated that there were several pieces of written correspondence relating to the Lara flood study was incorrect, and I apologise for that at that time. And happy to put that on the public record here as the one piece of the correspondence. I also reaffirmed this during our catch-up on 8th of September, when you were at that public forum as well, following your meeting with the officers, noting this correction this evening to ensure it was on public record as well. So I appreciate you raising it, but it was my intention as well. So thank you. So it's good to have that on the record as well. That was incorrect advice that we provided previously.
And that'll be in the minutes, right?
Yeah, because these actually responses become a part of that.
He stated you had to get it into the minutes to correct old minutes. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Frank had inquired about amending previous minutes, which we can't amend, so this is a way of correcting that.
Thanks, Frank. Dennis Scott. Wait, Dennis.
We've lost the councillor. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. My name's Dennis Scott. I'm a Lara resident and ratepayer, and a member of the Lara Care Group as well, just for your information. The Lara Flood Overlay Amendment is what I want to talk about today. And firstly, my question does not relate directly to the Lara flood study accuracy, although I do have serious doubts about its validity and communication. I will leave that question to others here tonight, and they have addressed a lot of the issues relating to the validity. So, clearly the Planning Department of the City of Greater Geelong believe that sometime in the next 100 years, their study predictions will come to fruition. Hence we are here tonight. My question is whether the amendment is rejected or referred tonight. There is no doubt the Council believes flooding will occur in the next 100 years in Lara. May well be correct. It is only a prediction after all. So does the Council have any long-term plans, and this is my question, for waterway and drainage flood mitigation for the Lara Township, particularly plans for drainage augmentation to remove some or all of the special building overlay areas?
Thanks for your question, Dennis. Gareth Smith, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Dennis, again for coming along this evening as well. There's a common misconception is that 1 in a 100-year event can take place only once every 100 years. However, it has a 1 in 100 or a 1% chance of occurring in any single location at any given year. The Lara flood study was the first step in better understanding the flood risk in the area. What the city has learned through its investigation is the structural solutions are not always available or feasible for the challenges that faces Lara in regard to flooding. The city is working though through several mitigation options to determine which would have the most impact. While new or upgraded infrastructure has a role to play, planning controls are equally important, as is working with emergency response agencies in the community to ensure the city is prepared for any large events. As you mentioned, I think it's 88 was the last 1% flood. Upgrades to existing infrastructure may reduce the impact of floods, however, it will not remove that risk entirely. And many upgrades will not necessitate the removal of planning controls. Flooding occurs when the local drainage network reaches capacity during a significant rain event. Local drainage in new estates is generally designed to cater for a 1 in 5 year or 20% chance of occurring. Rainfall above that 1 in 5 year event will result in overland flows directed to major drainage. Major drainage within new estates is designed to cater for the less frequent 1% event. This creates a balance to avoid over-design and unaffordable infrastructure for developments to occur.
Thank you very much. That is a very complicated answer, and that's the reason why we're here tonight, I think.
Thanks, Dennis. Thank you.
It is complex, I agree, Dennis. I agree.
Marilyn Pettit.
Good Good evening, councillors, and can I just say well done on getting that big screen up at the last minute for the footy. That was just fantastic and so appreciated.
Thanks, Marilyn.
My questions are brief tonight. In relation to the C339 flood overlay amendment, I ask you, the councillors, how can the community have confidence in the proposed overlay when it is a computer-generated desktop review with a desktop peer review with no physical property visits or assessments? Secondly, if the council votes yes tonight to Amendment C339, would the onus then be on each affected resident to engage expert consultants at their own expense to represent them at a panel hearing to challenge the new overlay, as developers and housing estates have already done so successfully and they're now exempted, regardless of what Gareth says? We don't believe everything you say, Gareth. Finally, can you please confirm if Sandy Creek Road will be included in announced major road work improvements to be conducted against the Geelong region as part of the $780 million state road maintenance splits? Thanks, councillors.
Thanks, Marilyn. Gareth, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Marilyn, except for maybe one comment, but that's okay. I'll forgive you. So, with regard to question one, and appreciate it, it's similar to a question asked before, so it's information I've read out, but the city's flood studies follow the method documented in the Australian Rainfall and Runoff 2019 guidelines. Is considered a national standard. It is the approach used nationally. The hydraulic modelling and mapping used the best available ground-based, that LiDAR data I referred to before. LiDAR is a proven method used to determine ground level information over large areas and does not need access to individual properties. It is also more detailed than what can reasonably capture on these site visits. As part of the study though, City undertook floor level surveys of buildings on 1,154 properties. Property owners were contacted if access was required. However, in most cases the surveyor is able to take the measurements from the street. And yes, certainly the technology is amazing what you can do now. With regard to question 2, submitters may challenge the mapping at a panel hearing. Submitters may use expert witnesses to support their objection, or they may not choose to do that. They can also do it as a group of people or individually as well, so pull those resources. And with regard to question 3 on Sandy Creek Road, the $780 million state road maintenance blitz is only addressing arterial roads and freeways managed by the state government, unfortunately. So Sandy Creek Road is managed by the city and is not included in that particular blitz. The city will be undertaking their works to seal Sandy Creek Road north of Granite Road and upgrading the road shoulders of Little River Ripley Road west of Sandy Creek Road as part of the upcoming works program. These works are planned to commence in 23-24 financial year.
Mr Mayor, may I jump in just quickly?
Thank you, Gareth.
Thanks.
You will forgive me if I have to say to you, I think a lot of that's bureaucratic gobbledygook, and we're dealing with real people here.
Yeah. Thanks, Marilyn. I think Councillor Grisbeck.
Marilyn, just so you know that Sandy Creek Road is on our high list of priorities in terms of advocacy to the state government, so it is on the top of the list.
Thanks, Carly. Much appreciated.
We're actually halfway, question time, just for everyone's information. Ben Neville.
Next.
Sorry,
He's moving.
Moving? Is it Ben Neville?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Penny Clark. No, Penny Clark? No. Jenny. Jenny's relation to the South Geelong Urban Design Framework. Haven't got a surname? No. James and Eliza McLaughlin. No. Sally Kerner. Sally.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. I'm Sally Kerner. I live in Geelong West in the Paco North precinct, have done for 34 years. And my question is, will Council commit to Geelong West residents' many concerns by only supporting a UDF for Paco North that stipulates a maximum building height of 3 stories?
Gareth, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sally, for coming along and asking the question. So it is premature for the councillors to make a decision on the building heights for the precinct. They are obliged to consider the officers' reports and take all that information when it comes presented up to council. The city has received feedback from a broad range of stakeholders through the consultation processes, and officers will put a recommendation to council that balances the city's policy objectives, impacts on neighbourhood character and amenity, and the views of all stakeholders when the final UDF is presented to council for decision later on this year. Thanks, Sally.
Graham Hobbs. Welcome, Graham.
Welcome, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about the heightened urban design and save the heightened village. I appear as a resident since 1978, a ratepayer, a business owner, former president of the Heightened Traders Association, and past president of and member of the Cardinia Rotary Club, and a retired Heightened lawyer. My question is put on behalf of more than 4,000 petitioners. I'll present a petition shortly, plus the users, ratepayers, residents and business owners and tenants, the Heightened Village Traders Association, and myself as a lead petitioner and the author of detailed 2017 and 2021 submissions and subsequent correspondence, and I've sent that to all of you on probably 2 or 3 occasions. My question is, when will the Heightened Urban Design Framework, first started in 2017 and subsequently amended on numerous occasions, be finally dismissed, save for necessary upgrades to the Bellevue Arcade, the footpaths and the surfaces? So I may advise the overwhelming current community supporters, there's more than 4,000 of them, evidenced by their signatures, when the uncertainty will end and the unique Heightened Village can retain its functionality with minimal disruption to its use.
Thanks, Graham. Gareth Smith.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Graham, for attending tonight. Very brief answer. The Heightened Village Urban Design Framework will be considered by council at the council meeting on 25th of October 2022, so next meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. John Winkler.
Mayor, I'm standing in at very short notice. My name's Matthew Worth.
I know it is.
Resident
When you
of
said
Clayman
John,
Drive.
but
Good
that's
to
not
see you
John.
again.
Yeah, how are you?
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, John is unavailable tonight. I propose to read his question on his behalf to Council. Councillors, on behalf of North East Lara residents, we appreciate Council's recent budget commitment to bring forward the Clayman Drive drainage upgrade to the 23-24 budget. This was a huge relief after 40 years of struggle, and Council's commitment to finally resolve it was warmly received. However, it's now become apparent the 1.3 million allocated will complete only one of 2 projects needed to actually resolve the problem. A meaningful reduction in flooding to below home floor levels requires both the Clayman Drive pumps and the Lipsum Drive pipe and drain projects to be working together. Put simply, the Lipsum Drive drain is required to get the Clayman Drive water to Hovels Creek. The Water Technology Report of 18 of May 2020 states, it appears the success of any of the upstream works around Clayman Drive are reliant upon the Lipsum Drive drainage works to not cause any increases to the water levels on private property. And Council minutes on 14 of December 2021 stated, Our investigations identified 2 projects below, each valued at over $1 million, that could have some positive impact. Project B would rely on Project A to work effectively and reduce the flooding problems of the areas. Project A is Lipsum Drive Pipe and Drain. Project B is Kiama Drive Pumps and Rising Mains. This realisation has shattered the residents who believed that the problem was finally about to be resolved. Both projects at $1 million each, plus design cost of $300,000, is a total of $2.3 million. The question, could Council please confirm the additional $1 million will be allocated to honour the promise to complete the works for the 23-24 budget for Kiama Drive?
Thanks, Matt. Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm also filling in for this question, just like so for Guy Wilson-Brown, who's an apology tonight. The City has commissioned an independent expert review of the initial design of the drainage upgrade, which is currently being completed. Due to the expected scale of capital investment required, the project will need to be staged, with additional funding to be determined and considered in future budgets. The City will be contacting residents with an update on the project once the review has been finalised.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Dr. Jane Mooney.
Wow, it's great to see community at its best. I have 2 questions. Question 1. Why has Council not implemented all of the agreed actions from the Packington North UDF consultative process, specifically a commitment to address wind impacts? I think there was meant to be a wind tunnel assessment, overshadowing and overlooking, which remain issues in the final UDF. And my second question is, why has the UDF process for Packington North not included an explanation of the impacts and risks of zoning changes as a core focus?
Thanks, Jane. Gareth Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Mooney, for the questions on that. There's a bit in the answers here, but I think a lot of the answers are really about trying to explain the process to help understand, particularly regarding wind and overshadowing the like. So, at its 14th of December 21 council meeting, it resolved to approve further community consultation in early 22 be undertaken for Packington Street North Precinct. Officers have provided analysis of amenity impacts where it is possible at a scale of that UDF. The Victorian Planning Scheme system identifies the potential impacts of wind for development over 5 stories, not smaller developments. Clause 58.04-4 requires a development over 5 stories to ensure the design of building does not contribute to unsafe wind conditions and create comfortable environments for users through the planning permit assessment. So they're done at a later stage, not up front. Overshadowing, a 3D model of overshadowing impacts has been prepared and was published on the City's Have Your Say webpage, which shows the overshadowing impacts at the spring equinox, as this is a time period used in the Victorian planning system to assess the impacts. And in the written response is a link to that as well, if you need that, Jane. Access to sunlight for private property must comply with the planning scheme requirements also, for 5 hours of daylight from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the September equinox. Due to the interface with the railway line, and which you're very familiar with, and the most significant overshadowing occurs over the railway line itself. The final UDF includes changes to mitigate potential overshadowing based on the community feedback. For overlooking impacts that you've raised, this is assessed at individual permit stage in accordance with the relevant clause in the scheme. Proponents are required to provide setbacks from the side and rear boundaries and other buildings within the site to avoid direct views into habitable room windows and private open space of new and existing dwellings. Development should avoid relying on screenings to reduce those views. So I guess a summary, Dr. Mooney, is about a lot of those aspects are done at a later stage and can't be done up front when you're not sure of the building designs and other things that are to occur. Question 2, the Greater Geelong Retail Strategy in 2018 identifies the transitioning role of the Northern Precinct, and so the retail strategy is an endorsed document of the Council, and the Northern Precinct and the need to review the zoning regime applied to this area. The Greater Geelong Retail Strategy identifies the need for approximately 18,000 square metres of floor space in Packington Street Specialised Activity Centre and 8,000 square metres of shop floor space as well. So that's what it's aiming to address. The expansion of the Commercial 1 zone area will enable the additional retail floor space to be delivered and the addition of accommodation uses that are currently prohibited in the Commercial 2 zone. The transition from Commercial 2 zone to Commercial 1 does not preclude any business that are already operating in the Northern Precinct from continuing to operate and will not risk the viability of existing businesses, some of those risks that you're referring to.
Thanks, Gareth. Thanks, Jane. And for your information, that the minutes you provided about the meeting have been provided to all the councillors as well.
Great. Did you want me to talk to the submission of those minutes now?
If you like.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Aside from my questions, tonight we importantly wanted to submit the minutes of a community meeting that was held for Geelong West residents on the 10th of the 9th of 2022. The Help Save Packington Street resident group has been frustrated with the consultation process for the North Packington Street Urban Design Framework. Residents initiated a community meeting which was held a couple of weekends ago with their Brownbill councillors so their anger and concerns could be heard. I'd like to thank councillors Contelge and Mansfield for their attendance at that meeting, and residents were disappointed that unfortunately Peter, the Mayor, couldn't attend. The hastily arranged meeting was very well attended by 170 residents, and comments and questions covered a broad range of topics. On behalf of Help Save Paco Street, I would like to formally submit the minutes of that meeting. I believe this document will prove much needed additional insight into the community's response to the proposed UDF following a less than rigorous community engagement process conducted by the city, as well as better understanding of the extent of the community's opposition to the excessive building heights being proposed, traffic congestion and subsequent loss of amenity. I ask that these minutes be formally accepted as a submission of legitimate feedback to Council as part of its further community engagement process concerning the UDF for North Packington Street. Accordingly, I request that this information be included into the formal report of the community feedback, and I further request that it be included into the minutes of this council meeting. The minutes include the following motion, which was put to the meeting and was unanimously approved by the 170 residents who attended. That motion was, we, the residents of Geelong West, ask the council to oppose the current urban design framework, but to continue to work with the community for improvements to the north end of Packington Street. I hope that you will give your consideration to the documentation that's been provided and that you will see it as an act of civic duty to ensure that Council accepts it as a record of the community's current sentiment and one that will only continue to grow in strength.
Thanks, Jane. Have you got a response to that, Gareth?
Only to say, I did refer to an earlier question just regarding they're about to publish the engagement summary, so I'll have to take that on notice because I think your key question was, can it be included? So I just need to take that on notice. I know it's obviously concluded because it is about to be published, but I'll see what can be done.
Thanks, Gary.
Just because it did occur, that meeting did occur within the further engagement period.
Yeah, that's fine.
Also. Yeah.
Thanks, Jane. Caitlin Kirby.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks,
Caitlin.
councillors. I'll preface these two questions with the fact that I am pro-responsible development for the north end of Paco. My first question is, noting the requirement for transparency over public consultation per the Council Community Engagement Policy, what specific weighting is being given to community feedback versus submissions from parties with financial interest in the UDF process?
You got another question?
Yeah, my second question is, why has council not established a subcommittee or a consultative body to oversee developments within the IHDA, the increased housing diversity areas, to ensure development is managed holistically with cohesive design principles involved?
Thanks, Caitlin. Gareth?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Caitlin, for the questions. Community landowner, state government agencies and peak body submissions have informed the development of the draft interim and the final UDF. The city aims with every community engagement is to hear the full range of perspectives from people likely to be affected by or interested in the outcomes of a planning process and provide a recommendation that balances a broad range of interest. To be very specific though, and it's not in these notes here, there's no weighting in that regard. You actually consider all, and as are the councillors, you just consider all the information to try to come up with a balanced outcome. It's not a weighting on who you are or what you do. Question 2, with planning projects, state agencies and other design bodies, such as the Office of Victorian Government Architect, are engaged as necessary. The South Geelong UDF, I'm not sure this one says South Geelong, that doesn't make sense at all. So I think there's a typo there, but it was considered by the OVGA state government agencies. Sorry if you just hold for a second. So, and the city assesses new developments across Geelong based on the City of Greater Geelong planning scheme in accordance with the Planning Environment Act 1987. That's our Google book. For increased housing diversity areas, there's a relevant clause quoted in here, provides specific guidance on the scale and the form of any new development as well.
Thanks, Gareth. Thanks, Caleb. Question from Paddy Seiler and I think Sally Kerner. Sally?
Thank you. I'm here reading this on behalf of Paddy Seiler, who's also a Geelong West resident. North Paco is nearly exclusively commercial zoned, C2Z, in small urban grain allotments, which works in harmony with the Southern Heritage Core. People use the diverse suppliers and services in North Paco, accompanied by eateries and coffee shops further south within their visits to the precinct. Urban grain is defined as, quote, the balance of open space to built form and the nature and extent of subdividing, from urbandesign.org.au. The UDF North Paco Context Appreciation, pages 47 to 48, is flawed because it sidelines the importance of this existing commercial smaller urban grain, omitting to report accurately on the codependent commercial and urban grain connection that North Paco has with the Heritage Core. The 8, 6 and 4-storey C1Z apartment style vision is founded on this flawed context appreciation. So, with respect to the inaccurate UDF North Paco context appreciation, pages 47 to 48, has there been a risk analysis of loss of commercial diversity that would impact on the Southern Heritage Core by removing the northern C2Z and driving developer envelopes to amalgamate the allotments for vastly larger urban grain? Given the documented, repeated and strong community objection to a vastly changed neighbourhood character, and given that the existing planning scheme zoning C2Z clauses 34.1-5, 34.1-8 and 58.1 all have rigorous mechanisms to ensure new development fits with existing streetscape character, verandas, public space and relationships with nearby residents. Where is the urban design, quote, placemaking, unquote, justification for increased building heights to make North Paco unrecognisable?
Thanks, Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sally, for representing Paddy with that question. As referred to one of the previous answers as well, look, the centre is not identified in the Geelong Retail Strategy 2018 as having an ongoing role as a bulky goods retailing node, and consideration of alternative zoning regime is recommended. It is our settlement strategy and our retail strategy that has been informing the development of these UDS, which are the council endorsed policy framework. The transition from commercial 2 zone to commercial 1 does not preclude any businesses that are already operating in the northern precinct from continuing to operate, or new commercial businesses finding space to suit their needs in existing or redeveloped sites. The objectives of the commercial 2 zones are to encourage commercial areas of offices, appropriate manufacturing and industries, bulky goods, retailing, other retail uses and associated business and commercial services. Comparing that to commercial 1, to create vibrant mixed-use commercial centres for retail, office, business, entertainment and community uses. To provide for residential uses as densities complementary to the role and scale of a commercial centre. The use of the commercial 1 zone delivers on the strategic land use that needs for the city in terms of housing and retailing, and will deliver on a community benefit sought through the development of the UDF for the upgrading of the Paco North precinct to include a streetscape design and character elements of the heritage area. In response to your second question was, the proposed built form controls includes heights in the final UDF, balance the housing objectives of the council, the existing character and heritage, development viability, and the ability to deliver public realm upgrades through site redevelopment and the protection of privacy and access to sunlight. Clauses referred to here, which are quite a one, I'm re-quoting the same clauses, apply to decision making in the commercial 1 zone. These controls do not apply to commercial 2 zone land and cannot be used in decision making at the moment, which is a risk that we have. As such, it is important that the UDF is progressed to ensure that the land rezoned and design controls apply to deliver the fine grain retail tenancies at the lower levels and a consistent 2-storey street wall and ground level awnings that will extend the valued retail character of Packington Street in the heritage core towards the north. Design controls are necessary to ensure a transition to low-scale residential areas to the east and the west as well, which don't exist at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellie, and thank you to Paddy. Catherine Scorpo. No. Jennifer Lewis. Erin. Hugh Davies. Jennifer Banto. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you. Seems to be a theme here, Mr. Mayor, about UDFs, Highton, Paddington Street and South Geelong. Maybe an indication that the communities are happy the way these places are, so why is council trying to change them when they're successful?
What's your question, Jennifer?
Sorry. I commend you for your patience in extending question time. It's very important. I've asked 3 questions relating to the South Geelong UDF. I'm a resident there. My first question is, if council decides to adopt the current recommendation, does the ministerial process of exhibition of the planning scheme amendment include the opportunity for the community to be consulted and have further input? My second question is about the same UDF. Have all the community suggestions for further heritage protection and for height levels been included in the South Geelong Urban Design Framework? And thirdly, having read the report and the attachments, points 10 in key matters and points 15, 27 and 29 in attachment 1 are not consistent. So therefore the question is, what has been the process and what has been the expertise and independent input that's been involved in peer reviews of community suggestions for further heritage protection?
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer. Nice to see you again. In regard to question 1, so yes, the answer is that the amendment will be publicly exhibited and there will be the opportunity for submissions to be presented to an independent planning panel appointed by the Minister for Planning.
Thank you.
On question 2, following community feedback, additional heritage overlays have been recommended for 3 properties. 2 properties have also been removed from the heritage overlay. Building heights have been reduced to 2 stories to the rear of properties to Moorabool Street, where they abut residential property, excluding a laneway. The overall building heights along Moorabool Street have remained at 6 to 7 stories. The preferred heights for the Barn Water site have remained at 3 to 6 stories, depending on the property area. A new planning policy for South Geelong will support a transition in heights between existing heritage properties and new development through the UDF study area. And into question 3. Well-known heritage advisor firm Ecology and Heritage Partners undertook the peer review of the South Geelong UDF. I know you're familiar with them. And the interim proposed revisions to the City South Heritage Area in February 2022. Community suggestions for changes to the application of the heritage overlay were considered by the independent expert. The report and recommendations are publicly available, and it provides a link in the written response. You'll get Jennifer to track that down more easily.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's very transparent. It's good. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Wilma Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and
Thanks,
Council, for the opportunity. Well, my questions probably overlap with Jennifer's to some extent. I did find it a bit of an oxymoron that response to the final urban design framework that we could come along, but it was the final urban design framework. But I'm glad to know that there will be a chance for us to respond again. My first question actually involves the Council's commitment to sustainability. I am a resident of South Geelong, obviously, and I've had a development next door to me in an area that is all designated. And I guess my concern is, not just from my own experience, but because Geelong South is such a fairly close, family-orientated area, the introduction of high-rise and allowing builders or developers to do what they want concerns me. So my first question is, in the introduction and throughout the last South Geelong UDF document, much is claimed about the Council's commitment to sustainability. How does the Council envisage this being implemented? For example, solar on all new builds. Geelong is supposed to be totally sustainable by 1930 or something. It has been mooted. Will 2030. Will the Planning Department be given the duty and power to require and police building developments regarding the use of sustainable design, materials, techniques, installation of solar, etc., which certainly didn't happen in the build next to us. We were very impacted. My second concern is around social and public housing, which I see as very important, having been a child who was dragged around the countryside and lived in a tent for a while. I understand the need for a home. But what is meant by high social housing when it's been shown here and around the world that it doesn't aid livability and well-being in comparison to low-rise detached or semi-detached units, such as the Austin houses, the Miller houses, and there's a really good development in Highton as well. That's public housing, but it blends in with the community. It's not something set apart. So that's my second question. I'm referring here to high-rise public housing. My third question concerns infrastructure, a responsibility I see of good planning by council prior to the relevant bodies sorting out the city's needs. I asked this question earlier in our meetings and I was told, oh, that's up to, the electricity board to work out. No, it's not. In planning, surely we need to look at the overall impact. As South Geelong is one of the oldest suburbs, how does the council intend to marry a vision of high density and its infrastructure needs with the old existing infrastructure? Is that going to be up to a private person to have to foot the bill for major development? They're my questions.
Gareth.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Wilma, for the questions as well. So sustainability requirements will be included in the design and development overlay and implemented through the elevated ESD targets planning scheme amendment that is actually already on the way in partnership with the Municipal Association of Victoria and many other councils. Ultimately, the Municipal Planning, they will determine the extent of the ESD requirements that are supported for this precinct as well. There's some good work going on there. The diversity of housing stock in Geelong is very limited, with 87% of houses being single detached dwellings. Research by universities and policy institutes such as the Grattan Institute have shown that a greater supply of diversity of housing types are necessary in modern cities to provide affordable housing for young people and older residents and respond for changing lifestyles and declining household sizes. Even without a UDF, change will continue to happen, and the preparation of planning documents such as a UDF ensure that what is built balances the need of the overall Geelong community and future generations with the character and infrastructure of the existing area. Without planning guidelines, development could be ad hoc decision making and overdevelopment of neighbourhoods would occur. Thank you, Wilma.
Thanks, Gareth. Thanks, Wilma. That concludes question time this evening. Thank you again to the submitters of questions, to the council, to the officers. I really want to thank everyone for their patience here this evening, so thank you very much. What's your name, sir? Perhaps if you leave the question with the officers, and the answer to your question will be forwarded to you. Okay, so just come forward.
I submitted my questions before the weekend.
Yeah, I've just been notified we've been trying to contact you because they didn't come through under your name. Is that correct?
Might have been my wife and I together.
Yeah, okay. So...
Sorry, okay.
Go.
My first question, I'll try and keep it short because a lot of it's been covered. I'm imploring you to vote no to the flood overlay in Lara on Tuesday the 27th of September and to not send it to an independent panel which will just rubber stamp the overlay. I live on acreage which does not flood, but now with this overlay it says it will flood. And I have some maps here that were taken in 2012 and now it didn't flood then, it hasn't flooded since, and now I'm told it'll flood. So anyway, I have spoken to one of the strategic planners, but I was not convinced by his explanations of why this overlay is required. I believe that it's flawed and the lack of public consultation and transparency needs to be investigated further. I think it not only has implications for Lara, but also the Bellarine and Finesford. I repeat, I ask you to totally reject this flood overlay and also why were developers' lands excluded? We have no comeback if this goes through. My second quick question, Serendip Sanctuary. It is extremely disappointing to see the current state of exhibits and upkeep of Serendip. As an iconic place to visit in our region, not only for locals but for other visitors. Parks Victoria have, for some reason, have decided to remove and rehouse all animals not associated with captive breeding to other locations without any consultation with the community, e.g. brolga, tawny frogmouth, wallabies, kangaroos, emus, etc. from the wildlife walk. People won't bother visiting the sanctuary as there is nothing to see. The master plan does not say anywhere that animals would be removed and nobody will be able to answer the question, who made the decision? Through lack of maintenance and funding to fix this, Serendip might as well close down. The question, can Council put pressure on Parks Victoria or the state government to reverse these decisions?
and restore Serendip to its former iconic place to visit, especially with Avalon Airport, Spirit of Tasmania and the Commonwealth Games bringing prosperity and tourism to our region. Thank you.
Thanks for your questions, Lionel. You will get a response. Gareth.
I will, because as you mentioned, those points have been, I think, raised tonight. But a couple of comments to make is one was around obviously that 1988 was the last 1% flood that had occurred that we have on record, so which obviously had some significant impacts at the time. Other comment you made around the transparency, the city's been in a process since 2018, and I've explained before the multiple engagement opportunities, etc., that the city's attempted to do and had in different types of forums, etc. So as officers, we'd certainly suggest we've been very transparent in actually preparing information going out to the community with that. There's no doubt overlays are actually about transparency because it's about putting flood studies into the planning scheme so anybody is aware of what may occur on a particular property. If they're not in the planning scheme, that transparency doesn't actually exist. And development land, there was a comment about excluded. What the city picked up when we did the review when it was deferred previously, looked at what had changed since 2018 and had any submissions reflected or made comment or provided evidence about change in land nature, as in the contours, etc. of that. Clearly, developed land has occurred since 2018, so that particularly that was it. It wasn't in response to any developers or development. It was city recognising a time and space were different, and we had further information regarding those areas. The review that undertook actually also removed individual properties that weren't by developers, so there was a mix of those that occurred. And of course on Serendip we've spoken to already, which I'm sure you're very pleased with Councillor Grisbeck's notice of motion up tonight to be considered. So thank you again, and apologies for the mix-up with the questions.
Thanks, Gareth. That does conclude question time. So we'll move on to the next item, is petitions and joint letters. And tonight we will receive a petition from Graham Hobbs. Graham, do you want to step forward and speak on the petition?
Yes. I'll present this to
Thanks,
the table there and also the Highton Clock Tower installation. Thank you again for the opportunity. To address you in relation to this major concern out at Highton. Historically, the Highton traders and myself worked out this petition in March of this year. I saw 47 traders on 1.5 days, and the overwhelming sort of commentary and its current, I believe, overwhelming community support for the petition. The petition is very simple. It's basically have the footpaths, the signages, and the Bellevue Arcade upgraded. The rest of it works very well. My position as a legal practitioner in Highton since 1978, continuously, I did not have anybody come to see me in relation to accidents, personal injuries in relation to the roundabout. I know there's a traffic report there, but people at Highton are used to going round circles. But we do it safely, and that's the important thing. And I've been in contact with Mr Hayes from the Vic Roads in relation to this, and those people that use Highton can see very well along Barrel Road, because Vic Roads only have the responsibility for the main roads, but it joins with Bellevue Arcade, as you're all aware. The proposal in relation to the alfresco section along Barrel Road going towards Ceres is, I believe, extremely flawed. They're going to propose to put trees, take away 13 car parks, take away the slipway, which works extremely well, and get traffic to move in an upwards direction to try and go on a curve that way and seeing traffic hurling down from Ceres along Barrel Road. I believe that's very dangerous. And also the residents and the people that use Highton Village believe the same thing. The clock tower, I mentioned before, I have a connection with Rotary. This is the news of December 1996, and I've
attach that there, and please review it. It just shows what the community's done, and the heightened traders beforehand put monies in towards it, as well as the Rotary Club. It's iconic. It's unique. It's about the only one in the Western District that basically has a clock tower which works. And thank you for the council for making sure it works. The couple of other things in relation to the circular movement around the clock tower. There's a proposal that basically there would be a movement left out of Taylor Court. I'll keep it fairly short. That directs more traffic into the Hyden Shopping Centre, which is disastrous. There is also a proposal to put a 4-storey car park where the present car park is next to Nardi's. The shopkeepers and owners do a progressively payment for a car parking to be there. If this proposal goes ahead, they're going to be right in front of the only public loos in the place. I think that's expensive and unnecessary. I think people in Hyden enjoy coming there, walking on a level playing field. I know that the urban design must have state government approval to be passed, but it's guided by your decisions, but I believe also by the community. And the community has really spoken in relation to this, and recently. I invite you all to use your smartness. You've got a gong for it, and vote out this urban design project. It's been sitting around since 2016, and the Hyden people want it resolved, and resolved so that there's less disruption. They all come through the COVID sort of problems. Their businesses are going nicely. We don't want major disruption. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Graham. And
thanks, Graham. Just in fairness to Graham, for those who don't live in Hyden or travel to Hyden, there's only a couple of traffic lights in Hyden. Mostly there's roundabouts. That's why we're used to going around in circles. So just to clarify that. And because our council meeting on the Hyden UDF is next month, I'm sure you'll continue with this and hand the rest in and have your say again in 4 weeks' time. Thank you very much. Thanks, Graham.
Okay, thanks everyone. Now we'll move on to the reports section of the meeting. And item 1 is the amendment C339.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, just procedural motion. Can we move forward the notice of motions now, the two of them?
We're going to do that after this. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Aiken.
Can we do it first for the public?
So the item 1 is the amendment.
Just point of order, is there a possibility we could actually move them forward?
It was decided earlier, before the council meeting commenced, that we'll do the amendment flood overlay, and then we'll bring the noms forward.
But we can change it with respect to the public that's here. Instead of waiting another 3 to 4 items, Mr Mayor, I mean, if it requires a procedural motion, can one of us move that to request that the agenda be changed?
Look, I would have thought there is as many people here in relation to the Lara flood overlay that they want to hear that. It's been listed at number 1 on the agenda, and I'm going to proceed with that. Thanks, Councillor Aiken and Councillor Grisbeck. Item number 1 is the amendment C339GGE flood zones and overlays, review of complex submissions, Lara, Avalon and Finesford. Moved by Councillor Harwood and seconded Councillor...
I've got an alternative to make the substantive motion, which I think the mover would like to do that as well too.
Yeah, we have a substantive motion.
We've got an alternative motion to become the substantive motion.
Yep. So you're moving that, and Councillor Aiken seconded that. Councillor Harwood.
I noticed the our governance officer looks nervous.
Well, this is substantive. Okay, so it's an alternative. So we just need someone to move the original. Councillor Sullivan, thank you. Councillor Nelson, thanks very much. Yeah. Now, Councillor Harwood, what have you got?
It's not an amendment.
Well, the alternative motion, and this is, I guess this is in in light of, I guess, not just the comments this evening, which are appreciated and are extensive, and the fact that the in the actual title of the item, it actually says, review of complex submissions. I think that understates what we've been dealing with for some time, for a number of years now. So I'm just going to go through a potential alternative motion, which basically is that Council acknowledge the further work undertaken in the review of complex submissions Lara, Avalon and Finesford, which are in the attachment 1. Point 2 is to defer a decision on the Lara flood study submissions in order for council officers to undertake further work, which A, reviews the previous criteria as detailed in attachment 1 of this report. Point 15, page 3, for consideration of complex submissions. Part B is determines any reasonable opportunities for the removal of properties proposed to be applied with a flood overlay control. And C, at the completion of 2B, prepares a report to council that considers all the submissions. Part 3 is to request the Chief Executive Officer to allocate appropriate resources to undertake this further work referred in point 2 above. And point 4 is to note the additional work and costs to facilitate an additional review of submissions as outlined in point 2 of the Lara flood study is in order of approximately $30,000. That is an estimate, obviously. The point of this alternative motion is to take on the overwhelming comments, views, opinions that have been received for some time. Again, I'm not too sure that anybody feels comfortable where we're currently sitting, for good and bad reason. I'm sure as councillors, it's why we're hearing a potential alternative motion to what the recommendation has been from the officers. This is not to say the officers don't have it right by any stretch of the imagination, but it is to try, again, flesh out all the opinions and views of the Lara, Avalon, Finesford community, which we think is, as councillors, is our role. So I'll leave it there for the moment, but I'm hoping that those that are in attendance get the reason and rationale behind what we're trying to do this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Councillor Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Harwood, for the alternative recommendation. Essentially what this is doing, it's not referring the amendment to an independent panel, it's actually asking our officers to do further review of all the individual housing and submitters. What we do know is there was well over 500 individual submitters in the Lara area. Less than 50 of them were actually assessed under the process up until this point of time based on the evidence that's been put before us. What this alternative motion is actually asking the officer group to go back and have a look at all of those individual submissions to actually, and an important part of this amendment is point 2B, which actually says determine any reasonable opportunities for the removal of properties proposed to be applied by the flood overlay. So we're actually giving a clear instruction to our officers to try and see how you can actually remove properties from the overlay before bringing it back to the council again and referring it to an independent panel. What Councillor Harwood has expressed is extremely important of the issue of there is enough uncertainty for the council group, which what's been presented to us tonight and previous to tonight, that there does deserve to be greater scrutiny of individual submissions that have been made for this particular proposal. What the officers have to actually understand as well too is that this was never articulated to the community as a planning process from day one. It was first presented as a flood study. It was never told to the community that flood study would then end up being an overlay and planning process. The community is confused by the whole process since 2018, and as a consequence, it deserves far better public education and public communication from this council. And what we have to do is be more scrutinised the submissions that over 500 people in Lara did make to this particular proposed overlay, and this actual motion gives us the opportunity to do it. So I commend to my colleagues that if you wish to actually take a community-driven and engagement response and properly understand how the community is concerned about this particular issue, This is the motion you should be supporting. You should be not referring our responsibilities to an independent panel to actually assess individual submitters to this proposal. And I should also, it's not in the motion, but I think if this motion is successful, I think the council group does have to actually address our engagement processes. It is quite clear from tonight's meeting that there is significant community unrest about how we are engaging with them with planning issues. And in fact, this meeting is a good example about how you engage with your community. So you give the community an opportunity to ask questions and you answer those questions as best you can and you follow up those questions if you can. A one-on-one process conquers and divides our community in Geelong. And if that's the process that unfortunately is going to be continued to be used by the officer group within the City of Greater Geelong, it will require us as the councillors to impose a change of that process, because it's clearly not acceptable, and the community tonight is making that quite clear to the councillors as well too.
Any other councillor wish to speak on this? Councillor Contel.
I'll keep it pretty short, Mr Mayor, but I fully support the alternate recommendation that's been put forward. I thank the community for the consultation and also for contacting me over the course of the last month on this. I want to reflect on a couple of the comments that Councillor Aitken mentioned in terms of our consultation. As he said, clearly is a show of support around the room that we need to do something in terms of the way that we consult and communicate. We've seen it with the Gordon Avenue and Packington Street UDF. We've seen it with the South Geelong UDF, and we've seen it with a number of items that have come through this chamber over the course of the last 12 months or so. We're seeing it again with the Highton UDF, and there's people that have come all the way from Highton to a meeting in Lara to express their concerns around that UDF. And so you can't discount the show of strength and support that's in this room tonight and then simply rubber stamp the report that's been put in front of us. I'm not being critical of the officers. I appreciate and thank the officers for the work that they've done, but clearly we need to do more in this space with the Lara flood overlay. So I think with the alternative that's been put forward, the community can rest assured that we are listening to them, that the work that they've put in and the effort that they've taken to communicate with us over the past month or so, particularly through the ward councillors, is getting through. And I'd like to think that this alternate will be supported by the chamber tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Contel. Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Murray, and thank you to the councillors who've put forward this alternative motion. I'm supportive of this for many of the reasons that have been said, but I think, this is a really complex issue, and I think we have been assured that individual residents would have the opportunity to make a submission before the panel and their property removed if it was reasonable. However, I think it's important to recognise that there is a power imbalance that whether it's real or perceived, that the community experiences when they're asked to make a submission before a panel. Not every resident will have at their means the ability to provide the kind of evidence that is needed for a panel to make a decision on these sort of issues. And I do think there is a place for council to provide additional support to individual residents and provide them with that opportunity to have their individual property removed at this point before it reaches the panel stage. Of course, there's an opportunity then to appeal to the panel if you're not happy with that decision, but I do think we have a responsibility and a role as a council to really work with community to try and address some of these issues that have been outlined. This continues to be complex, and I have no doubt that with the reading of this alternative motion, it's taken me a little bit of time to get my head around what it actually means. We still have some work to do to communicate what this means to the community. My other councillors, fellow councillors have I think made the strong point that we need to be really thinking hard about how we do community engagement. As a city, we are growing rapidly. We're facing some really challenging big picture issues, and as councillors we have to make decisions about those things, and they're hard. It's hard stuff. Our officers do incredible work, incredible technical work, and I've got a lot of faith in the work that they do, but when we're doing this kind of complex planning work, we need to be able to bring the community along with us as best we can. There'll always be people who are unhappy on any side of any decision, but it's very clear tonight that there is room to improve in our community engagement. We've had some suggestions about things that could be done that I've kept in my head because I think they sound like good ones around planning oversight and community engagement. And I know that it's something as a council group we will continue to discuss, I think, going forward about how, when we're looking at complex issues like this, how we can, really put community engagement right up there with the amount of effort we put into the technical side of things to ensure that we get better outcomes for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wasn't going to speak because we've all been here for such a long time and you really want to get this vote so then the others that are standing in the back can have their say, but I'm just compelled to have my say because of what Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Aitken and Councillor Quintel have said. Over 500 submissions and only 50 of you have been heard. And I think everybody needs to be heard. That's our role as a councillor, to listen to everybody, and I think the officers need to take that on board as well. And have your say. Obviously, the process thus far hasn't been acceptable for the community, and there's some real angst out there in the community with regards to the Highton UDF and the Packington UDF and the South Geelong UDF, and I think we need to bring out, as Councillor Mansfield said, we need to bring the community with us because we're all on this journey together, and I think everybody needs to have their say. So I fully support this amendment, the alternate.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other councillor? Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Murray. Hi everyone, nice to see you all. I've got a query about all of this. There's a missing piece to this puzzle, and I think that if anyone values the property in the Lara flood study, you might want to review the Rainmaking Act 1967. Not sure if anyone's familiar with it. It's a Victorian government legislation act that's in force right now. It makes reference to the use of cloud seeding to induce rainfall. Some of you are farmers and probably know what I'm talking about. Some of you probably have no idea what I'm talking about and think I've got a tinfoil hat out back perhaps. But the Act defines the authority of whom can cloud seed, and that's basically the act of strategically spraying chemicals like strontium, silver iodide. You're right there, mate. Hopefully that's not strontium. Potassium iodide and things like liquid propane, which probably should be nowhere near any of our skies. We're not informed of this occurrence, and when you spray the skies with chemicals in order to cloud seed, which is an agricultural practice that's been known for, well, since music was good in the 67, it's an actual act of warfare, environmental and civilian warfare. And it's happening right under our noses while we're busy watching an amazing team bring a grand final home. The knowledge of this occurrence actually invalidates the concept of a flood study and a 1 in 100 year flood, because you can just make it happen with a bunch of table salt and a light aircraft if you really want to. Please don't try it because it's probably going to upset the apple cart. But I implore you to look at the Rainmaking Act 1967, Victorian government legislation, and also ask your insurers how that impacts not only this flood study, but how much cover your farms and property, which is extremely valuable and important. The Victorian government has successively failed this region, I would say, including Parks Victoria. We've heard tonight about the purposeful dilapidation of Serendip Sanctuary, and they're doing it again. They're doing it to us all. So it's all part of a bigger strategy that I think is to create what looks like gross incompetence. And I'm sure you've all dealt with gross incompetence at different levels of government in your times. So I implore you to have a look at that, because if you contact the Victorian government about this piece of legislation and about who is controlling the things that would potentially cause a flood in your area, then I don't think that this study or the insurance that binds that would have any leg to stand on. So just some food for thought. And thanks for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney.
That's all right.
We never thought we'd get to that tonight. So that's very good. Any other councillor? I would just like to speak on it as well. I think when this first came before us, you get that uncomfortable feeling about some things that come before us because they're difficult to grasp. They're really difficult to fully understand and have the knowledge and the capacity to really understand exactly what some of these documents say and what the intent is. And you can see that confusion with a lot of the questions and the emails that most of us, I think all of us, would have received over quite a period of time. So even coming here tonight, I wasn't sure which way that I was going to speak or vote on this, and so I thank Councillor Aiken and Councillor Harwood for this alternate motion, and I think what it says is that, hey, look, we're maybe halfway there or we're close, but there's just so much work to be done, and to send it back and to the officers and say, look, perhaps can you review a lot of this and then come back again, and so that's where I'm at with this motion. So anyone else? Otherwise, back to you, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Last 4 or 5 days are catching up with me. Just a couple of points to close, quite simply. Look, the time frame will be unknown on how long this will take, but the point is, we're determined to try and give more time to this particular process. The consultation processes, they're never perfect because there's always one or two or whatever it might be who don't feel they've been heard. So there's always issues that you think you've done your best, but there's always, I guess, a moment or a person or an industry or similar that feels they haven't been heard. So it's not a perfect science, consultation process, although we are trying to get closer to a better process this evening. Extensive process, the sheer weight of numbers in this particular issue we're dealing with is actually unprecedented for the sheer weight of numbers, so it's not been an easy task from the get-go. We're looking to do our due diligence. To do our due diligence is timely, is costly, and needs to be done properly, so I guess that's a part of the discussion we're having this evening. The cost will be unknown, but we'll need to look at that, how Council will be able to actually cost this particular piece of work that's being asked to be done. Whether that's in savings of works done during the next financial year or into the new financial year, I don't know, but that's something that we'll need to consider. The whole community has to be considered when we make these decisions because it does affect the whole community as we make these decisions. And finally, our planning capacity through our organisation is finite. We have, certain staff there that do certain roles. It is finite, and you hear this often. Geelong's one of the fastest growing areas in Geelong. To use a quote, we are under the pump with planning. It's not an excuse. It's just an observation of where we are truly at in Australia, in Victoria, in Geelong, with the pressure and demand on to live in our region, in a safe and manner that we want to live in this region. That's why we live here. We want it to be the best place we can possibly live in. And with that comes complications on occasion. So I make those comments. The alternative motion is as it stands, and we'll see how we go. But I'm hoping you get the rationale behind what we're doing and our support for our officers and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried.
We voted twice.
I just need a councillor to move a procedural motion to move the two notice of motions forward. Councillor Contell and Councillor Mansfield. All those in favour? And Councillor Grisbeck. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, can we ask that the North Geelong Soccer Club notice of motion be heard first?
Absolutely. Ms. Marie. We're going to do the North Geelong Warriors. Where's Marie? Where's she? Up the back. Just the other notice of motion, thanks.
3.2. It's coming up.
Thank you. Councillor Contell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Before you put me on the egg timer, could I just acknowledge the amazing attendance here by the North Geelong Warriors Soccer Club and their community. And this wasn't a method of torture, but I'm glad you stuck around. Mr Mayor and councillors, look, I put to you tonight this notice of motion. Do I need a seconder, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Grisbeck.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tonight's notice of motion is really to provide respect, support and funding to a community organisation and a sporting club that really has deep-seated history with Geelong and its community. The North Geelong Warriors Soccer Club, with some 430-odd members located here in Lara, has been operating, as we know, as a community-based club for some 55 years. And during the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, where some Australians were only reading and learning about this weird game, soccer, through probably some obscure article that was filling the pages of a paper on an extremely quiet day, or listening to the wireless late on a Monday evening to the BBC, which might have mentioned it. Here in Geelong, and particularly in the North Geelong, there was recent arrivals to Geelong and migrants from all over the world, many of them who couldn't speak English, that were demonstrating real leadership and real commitment to our communities by establishing grassroots soccer clubs, particularly in the north. And in the case of North Geelong Warriors, the club and its founders and those that have followed since did this by donating their own hard-earned money, by building their facilities and their grounds with their own hands, and whilst also donating materials and resources or whatever was necessary to get the job done. And they did this because they belonged to the club, because they craved to assimilate into Australia and to be accepted by the broader Geelong community. And as such, they did this all without asking for any support or expecting it from councils, from shires, from governments, because they did it at the time because they could. And believe it or not, they did it out of love. And they did it because they saw this as their contribution to the community. Mr Mayor, tonight you said, let's acknowledge the amazing achievements by the Mighty Cats, and rightly so we should. We are certainly proud of their efforts. But tonight I also ask that we celebrate the amazing efforts of the Geelong Warriors Soccer Club. It's because of these community people, these community givers, that soccer in Geelong and in Australia has grown into the world game. And the North Geelong Soccer Club has certainly represented us on the world stage, proudly on the world stage. They've produced great Geelong people to start with. They've developed thousands of young children through their programs. But they've also produced some elite athletes and international soccer players, such as football international Joey Dudulica and former Socceroos and Olympians in Josip Skoko, Steve Horvath and currently Matthew Sporanovic, just to name several. So by scraping their pennies together, volunteering their time and working hard, they developed facilities to be used by the entire Geelong community. And as such, over the last 4 to 5 decades, North Geelong Warriors Soccer Club has saved councils and shires, and this council, millions and millions of dollars. And I don't say that lightly, because we know that we've put millions of dollars into soccer and all sorts of facilities that are on council land in the last 12 months or so. And whilst council have equally, and rightly so, invested millions of dollars into supporting and maintaining sporting facilities on council-owned land, North Geelong Warriors, at the same time, have gone it alone. And disappointingly, in my opinion, despite all their efforts, their contribution to the community, we in fact at times discriminate against them. And we've made it harder for them to obtain council funding and support, all because they've demonstrated leadership and assisted this community all those years ago by putting their hard-earned money in, their time and their effort into buying land and building facilities. In terms of equity and fairness, what we would say and what I would say is this doesn't pass the pub test. As a result of changes in volunteering patterns, the recent impacts of COVID and the rising costs that we're all experiencing, including this organisation, the North Geelong Warriors now require support so that they can continue to provide the community sporting offerings and community offerings for the Geelong people. It's now our turn to partner with North Geelong Warriors and provide support and contribution to them, and also return some of the goodwill that's been provided to the Geelong community and this council for the last 4 to 5 decades. With respect, Mr Mayor, just another minute. Yep. By partnering with the North Geelong Warriors Soccer Club, councillors should not look at this as an expense, but rather a continued saving and certainly a wise investment in community and community facilities and assets. It's for these reasons that I ask all councillors to do the smart thing, to do the right thing and support this NOM, which is making fair play fair again. So the NOM simply, at a high level, is to provide some short-term funding for the North Geelong Warriors to support them with their ground and pitch maintenance over the next 6 months, and then for council officers to complete a thorough review on how we as a council can support the North Geelong Warriors and clubs like them that are on privately owned land that have been contributing to our community and saving us millions and millions of dollars, and will continue to do so into the future. So I'll put it to other councillors to put their views forward, but I really ask all councillors to support this NOM.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and obviously thanks to the kids and the families. Thanks for sticking around. We really thank you for being patient here with us tonight. I support this notice of motion for the reason around fair and equitable response to requests. We have to ensure that all clubs are equal on terms of support from council. We don't want to see clubs struggle due to the support that we provide to other clubs that we aren't providing to you. If North Geelong would close up their doors right now, we would be up for millions and millions of dollars to support these players, to house them in other venues right now. These teams, especially the kids, require a home that is supported by council, in my view. This is the highest team that we have in this region. They're playing NPL 1, Bruno? Yep. And that's just under A-League for those that don't follow soccer. I know that when we have a regional stadium, this team will be in line for an A-League licence at some point in time. And I'm hoping that if we can support this notice of motion tonight, we can allow this team to prosper the way that every other Geelong-based team prospers. We know, most of you know, that soccer is my sport, but what I see with this notice of motion is the fairness across all sporting and activities, not just soccer. So for that reason, I'm going to let time go, and I'm going to hand over to my other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. You going to speak on this, Councillor? I thought you looked at me.
I think you were nodding at me. Look, if you wish me to, I'm happy to speak now. I mean, I don't. Tonight, the council have actually experienced the terraces of Alco Park. This is actually what it is, and it's every single time the North Geelong Warriors play at that site location. They've actually got 3 pitches. They haven't got 1 pitch. They've actually got 3 pitches. They also hire the Leisure Time Centre with our artificial territory as well too. And guess what? They're such a good club, they actually also have to play at home reserve as well too. They're overflowing this particular club. And as Councillor Contal and Councillor Gresbeck have said, they're actually not playing in a local competition, so it's not St Mary's against Geelong Amateurs or Anarchy against Port Arlington. They're actually playing in the top state league. They're actually representing Geelong in the most significant soccer competition that exists in Victoria. And guess what? Up until now, they've practically done it all by themselves. And why have they done it by themselves? Because historically, they're seen as they're on private land. Council doesn't have anything to do with them because it's private land. Council doesn't help them because they're a private club. Well, in fact, they're a community club. I mean, they should not be penalised by the structure that exists for the benefit that they're giving to the broader community of Geelong. And in fact, we spend, here's some statistics, we spend on an average cricket field in Geelong anywhere between $50,000 and $60,000 per year. The council's contributing to that. A football field is anywhere between $30,000 and $50,000 per year in terms of what council's spending on that. A local soccer club, the average is $45,000 that the council's actually contributing towards that particular facility in Geelong. Guess how much the City of Greater Geelong and the ratepayers of Geelong are paying towards the annual maintenance of 3 pitches out in Lara called Alco Park? Absolutely zero. And it is not fair. It is not equitable. And that's why we're actually saying now the club needs assistance now to properly be able to contribute to the community and needs immediate support. It's had over nearly 50 years of contributing to the community, and it's now an opportunity for the community to contribute back to them. And this motion's important as well too, because Councillor Gresbeck and myself and Councillor Contal haven't just been working on this in the last couple of weeks. We have been working on this since we were first re-elected 5 years ago, and Councillor Contal and his brother were working on that for another 5 to 8 years before that as well too. This club has actually been trying to work out how they can actually get fairness and equity from the City of Greater Geelong, how they can actually be supported by the ratepayers of the City of Greater Geelong, and how they can continue the proud history that has been spoken about by Councillor Contal. Well, here's a chance for this council to give back to that community, assist them immediately, and then develop a longer term proposition about how we support soccer truly and the most important soccer club we have in Geelong.
Any other councillor wish to speak on this? Councillor Harwood.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. At the risk of not getting out of here in one piece, I'm just going to speak, I guess, as a bit more of a devil's advocate for the scenario that is facing us as a councillor group. Quite simply, this council has an unprecedented record of recent years of supporting community sporting organisations. That is on the record. Yes, there have been issues in relation to privately owned clubs, and they've also been well documented. The issue here for me is more about the horse before the cart insofar as hand the money over now and do the review later. I guess none of us here have had the opportunity to actually do a review of the finances of the club, the capacity of the club for the future of its financial commitments. We don't know what the financial commitments in the future are for the Warriors. And that is a concern. It's ratepayers' money that we're sitting here tonight discussing, and it's not a small amount of money that is being requested. The other issues that go with this is what precedent may it set for all the other organisations in our region to come to council and say, hey, we're also struggling a bit here, we're struggling a bit there, that we need this amount of money to get through to the end of the season or through next year, whatever the view might be. So these are things we need to look at holistic, not just in isolation. So it's not about just not liking soccer or not liking the Warriors or whatever. It's about how a council goes about its due diligence with the finances that it has available to it. We've already blown our surplus, a very small surplus for the 22-23 year. So in actual fact, we will go into a deficit that we did not plan for, potentially. It's not to say that it won't happen, but it's important that the community understands that it is difficult under these circumstances just to write a cheque or just to hand over money to an organisation of any ilk. Not at this point, sir. I think you get where I'm coming from. As a council group, we have a responsibility to the community, to the ratepayers, that if we are going to entertain or listen to these particular requests, which is fine, there has to be a compelling reason why we would then accede to it and pay quite a substantial amount of money without knowing more detail about what the money is really used for and what is it going to mean to the club. Is it going to mean survival? Is it going to mean you get to a rough patch? Does it mean a bit more fundraising may have got over this hurdle? I don't know. I'm just making these comments as a general view as to how I just use my own thought, my own thinking, but a sporting organisation, how it's operating. Clearly it's successful, clearly it has great support and has no doubt sponsors and other mechanisms to raise money. And I know that these are difficult times. I get all that. I fully understand that. I'm just saying I'm not comfortable with the process we're going through about we've now come to council, we need X amount of dollars. I haven't seen, others may have, I haven't seen what the finances truly are within the club and what the capacity of the club is to raise money to and what monies you have. So I just make those points. And I also note that in relation to some of the works to be done or that have been done on a consistent basis of mowing the pitches, for example, at $600 per pitch, 3 pitches per week, $1,800 in mowing. Is what we've been told. That does seem a lot. But again, without knowing further details, we're taking a bit of a leap of faith. I heard that. Yep, I'm hearing you, sir. I'm just making my point here, okay? So, well, if it's in daylight and in public, yes. Look, I'm sure you get where I'm coming from here. As a councillor, I'm just saying we also have a distinct responsibility to our community about how we spend the ratepayers' money. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's not a time to interject. Thanks. Any other councillor wish to speak on this? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Murray. I became aware when I first became a councillor only 4 or 5 years ago of a problem in Barwon Heads. And I thought it was a unique problem. It was a problem where there was land not owned by the council, but a club not receiving what I thought was fair. So I voted in favour of that at that time, and I see that this situation here is similar, although not exactly the same. But I do express some disappointment that we identified this problem a couple of years ago and we haven't yet developed a policy to cover these problems. And as Councillor Harwood mentioned, there may well be other clubs now that come up with similar problems. So I commend the motion. I commend all the work that's been done by Councillor Contell and his brother and the whole community on this. But I do really see an element of this motion as really important, is to develop a policy going forward so that we can we don't have to address single issues such as this by a motion, a norm that may well come up again in a couple of months' time with another club. So I really support the motion, but I support the work that must be done so that we can develop a fairer play strategy to encompass everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillor? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also was on the same wavelength as Councillor Mason, and I probably haven't said that in 2 years. I expressed concern that Barwon Heads Football Netball Club was on state government land, yet we funded it, and that's not council policy, yet we did it. And I foreshadowed then that would set a precedent. And here we are, 2 years later. I just did some quick reading myself about the North Geelong Soccer Club, and the state government announced in 2018 $241 million for sporting infrastructure, of which the North Geelong Soccer Club got $1,000 out of $241 million. In 2015, you got $150,000 from the state government for change rooms. Council put in $133,000, and the club put in $250,000. So you'd think the club would put the least amount, yet they put the most amount. Back in 2009, Councillor Quintel put some funding in as well for the club. I can't understand why the state government, I mean, with all due respect to Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor Aiken, what they said before with regard to the state member hasn't helped you. He's been here for 20 years and you guys have been here for a lot longer. $1,000 here and $133,000 there, that's just not enough. So I support this notice of motion, but just wanted to comment on what Councillor Aiken said. I think the Barwon Soccer Club's probably the best in Geelong, not North Geelong. I think. Is that right? I'm probably not going to get out of here.
No, you're not going to get out of here.
That's about it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks. Look, I might say a few words on this, and I'm not supportive of this notice of motion, and I just want to give my perspective on this, and I really want to take perhaps the emotion out of the room that we heard initially, and it's not about, for me, it's not about the North Geelong Warriors Football Club at all. It's a sporting club that's asking for financial assistance, and I'm really uncomfortable with that it's come to this point. We just accept that $47,000 is going to fix the solution or fix the problem, and we're actually not aware of what that problem is. I would have thought it would be a better to consider the officers working with the club and then coming back to the councillor group and saying, this is the situation, this is how we can move forward, and then everyone is okay with that. But what I see now, and Councillor Harwood used the expression horse before the cart, we haven't seen, although some councillors will say that the work has been done, this councillor group hasn't seen that the work has been done in previous to get to this point. All we've been seeing is this notice of motion, and I actually think, honestly, that even some members of your club may be uncomfortable with this, of coming to council and asking for assistance. That's what I think about it. And you ask for a fair play policy. Well, I've been approached by 2 clubs in the last 24 hours who read the report in the Geelong Advertiser about the club seeking assistance, and they have been through the budget process 4 or 5 times in the last 4 or 5 years and been refused, or that, you know, they have come up short in the budget process. Yet we have a club now that's seeking $45,000, 47, outside the budget process. So I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm uncomfortable with the process that's before us. I acknowledge where the club is at, no problem, but it's to me it's not about the history of the club and what's been achieved, because that's been remarkable, and you know, tip my hat to you with that. But it's just the process that I can't accept right at this point. A fair play policy that we have is under review right at this moment. So here we are actually perhaps making a decision that may be against, you know, the final recommendation for the fair play policy. I think it's a wrong time to assist in a club when we're actually going through a review of the fair play policy. So no, thanks. Just let me finish. And the costs that have been given to the council group about the upkeep of the pitches, we've just been asked to accept that. We haven't questioned it, and I just think that's the wrong process as well. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm supportive of perhaps everything that the councillors have said, but I just think we're going about it wrong, and so I won't be supportive of this motion. Any other councillor? Councillor Mahoney.
I just want to say there's a state election coming up. So if you want to throw some weight around, maybe do that at that time.
Tell them that.
Given the fact that that was 2009 when this was overdue.
Any other councillor?
Thanks.
Otherwise...
Sorry.
They're those rain clouds you were talking about. Councillor Contel to close.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. In terms of the state election, I believe there's two candidates in here, actually, one for the seat of Geelong, and James Bennett, and I believe Alan might be here as well, so that's good timing. As I said before, North Geelong are not asking for anything more than any other club is already getting. We need to stop looking at this as an expense. This is actually a saving for us. And I can tell you that North Geelong is not in the situation that they're in here today because of poor management or a poor board or a poor committee. They've actually got a skilled-based board that runs a professional outfit that has just been promoted to NPL 1. These guys are professionals. It's about helping them sustain the product that they're providing to the community, just like we do with any other club. And I'm happy if it sets a precedence. In fact, we set the precedence in 2009 with Barwon Heads. If other clubs are in the same situation, and they're professional clubs like North Geelong Soccer Club, and they're providing our community with much needed facilities and sporting and community options, then that's what our job is. Our job is to support these types of organisations. So let's not hide behind the policy. With all due respect, the policy is our policy. We can change it, and we've had it this term of council and the previous term of council. And when we go to change the terms of the policy, I can tell you there'll be people around this chamber that will be very wobbly at the knees again. So we need to be courageous, and we can work through a process, but now's the time to do, not be reviewing. We need to actually take some action. We need to provide some funding to enable the club to maintain their pitches to where they need to get them. And we need to do the review in terms of the fair play policy. And that's all that's being asked of tonight. It's all about equity, it's all about fairness, and for North Geelong to be treated the same way as 95% of every other sporting organisation in the city of Greater Geelong.
Thank you, Councillor Contel. I'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? That is passed.
Mr Mayor, whilst it may not please everyone, I would like to call a division.
All those in favour? So that's Councillor Nelson, Councillor Mason, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Contel, Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor Aiken. And against? Councillor Maloney, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Murray and Councillor Mansfield. Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks for your attendance. You can hang around for Serendip if you choose.
It's only 1:05.
That's past my bedtime.
Here they come, mate. Here they
That's
come.
all right.
Anyway.
Oh well, you make a bed.
Anyway, not to be.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Democracy at work. That was it. Love it. Whoa, actually for me. Oh yeah, they always do. They know I'm up to something and I'm always up to something. They're happy. It's a strategic thing, you know. Some should be pushed uphill, some will be pushed to the side. I just
I said that.
Yeah, he's right.
241 million. Yeah, because Barwon can't set the precedent.
Oh, sorry.
not our land.
Yeah, we debated. I'm not going to.
It's not our land.
I know, I get it.
They should have moved. They should be on our land.
Thank you.
They should be. The state government's just announced giving us $2 million.
So the second notice of motion is Councillor Grisbeck, Serendip and Yu Yang's request to write to Minister. So you need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Grisbeck and seconded Councillor Aiken. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and well, let's continue on that good note. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet, and I'd like to acknowledge also that there was hours and hours and hours of work done by the community in assisting me to bring this before the chamber. So this is not just my work, this is the work of all of the community that have helped me along the way. And if I do name people and I miss someone, please, sorry in advance. But I did want to call out, before we start, Barry and Roger and Lionel and Dennis and Michael and Frank and the TLC group and all of the Lara and Anarchy and Little River community and Marilyn and everyone that has helped us along the way, along this journey for Serendip and the Yu Yangs. And it's really not at the end. I think we're only in the beginning. For those of you who remember, on Thursday the 10th of February in 2022, the government released the final Yu Yangs Precinct Master Plan that aimed to protect and enhance the natural and cultural assets that we already have, that's already established within the precinct, while identifying the new facilities, infrastructure and unique experiences that can be offered to establish it as a leading visitor destination. And obviously the Yu Yangs Precinct included the Yu Yangs Regional Park and the Serendip Sanctuary. The consultation, as has been discussed this afternoon, had over 500 submissions, which shows that the community deeply value these assets in the northern parts of Geelong. And unfortunately, we're in the situation now where many people in Lara and the broader community feel that the aspirations of the master plan have not yet been realised nor funded. The community have concerns for the future of Serendip, which was an integral part of the Yu Yangs Precinct Master Plan, and they played a central role in the study, in forming the basis of the plan and was heavily invested in the outcome. And as you have heard tonight, Serendip Sanctuary is internationally recognised for native wildlife attraction, and it's a highly valued asset and a visitor destination. As it's close to Melbourne and Geelong, with ready access to Avalon Airport, as we mentioned earlier, and soon to become the Spirit of Tasmania ferry service that will also arrive. This will increase the numbers of visitors to our region and hopefully generate the much needed economic activity here if the further investment is realised. We've got hundreds and thousands of school students. If you went to school in Lara as a primary school student, you would have attended Serendip, and those that went to Lara Primary probably went every week for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years. This place means a lot to the people of this community. And look, while the release of the plan was in early February, it was greeted by the community with positive expectations and considerable excitement, particularly around the possibilities that are with the Yu Yangs and Serendip. Look, I think we understand, we've heard earlier about the native wildlife exhibits that are being removed, the infrastructure that's failing, the combination of, free-range wildlife as we go there to see. The exhibits of some of the rare and endangered birds and animals are the very essence of what Serendip is attractive to most people. Look, we recognise that the staff there are doing their best, and this is not a notice of motion to say that they're not doing a good job, but they're only able to do the job that they can do with the resources that they have. So, as the community is rightly concerned about the rehoming of common species at Serendip within the master plan and its direction towards threatened species, some of these animals have now been moved to facilities in a number of zoos where they could be cared for, but the concern is that they're being removed from Serendip, which underlines the need for Parks Victoria to prioritise the opportunities that come with those threatened species at the sanctuary. And what I would say is it's crucial that we continue to explore the opportunities for Council to work with the state government to attract the needed funding to realise the potential to implement the master plan, and now and for future generations. Therefore, what I'm recommending is that we ask the Chief Executive Officer to facilitate correspondence to the Minister of Environment on behalf of the Mayor, on behalf of Council, advising that we advise them of the community's concerns about Serendip, that Council values Serendip Sanctuary as an important part of the community, and we ask the Minister to cease removal of the wildlife and captive fauna, allocate the appropriate funding to rehabilitate and ensure protection of Serendip's wildlife and capacity as a fauna protection. To ensure that it protects Serendip's wildlife and the capacity fauna population. I'm also asking the City to work with the State Government to support the master plan for conservation, cultural heritage, tourism and recreation within the sanctuary. So that's bang on time. I'll wait till the closing outcome. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Great time. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck. Councillor Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and can I congratulate Councillor Grisbeck, because I actually thought that was a fantastic entry to this particular item, summed it up extremely well and reflected the community comments, not just tonight, but in previous meetings that we've had as well too with the community. So well done, Kylie. Look, for those that don't actually know, Serendip was actually created by the Hobart government, and it was actually to be a sanctuary for both captive animals and also birds and other wildlife that actually could fly into the precinct. Unfortunately, it now sits under the remit of Parks Victoria. It is still a state government responsibility, and it must be expressed. I mean, the council actually has no authority to actually say what occurs at Serendip. However, what has happened is that the community and council did work with the state government, in particular with Parks Victoria, to establish a master plan for the Yuyangs and Serendip. And that master plan actually gave confidence to the broader Lara community that something will happen and funding will be released to actually save this well-loved sanctuary. Unfortunately, what has happened is no funding has actually been released. No commitments have been made to implement the master plan. And now the local community, with their own eyes, are seeing animals being taken from Serendip. And it has caused great distress for the local community. And as a consequence, they have now approached their council, which is us, to actually say, can you add your strong voice and your advocacy to help assist us with the state government? And importantly, this motion actually just doesn't talk about us writing a letter. An important component is, look, we get better outcomes when we work together, the governments. The Northern Aquatic Facility is a good example of that. Federal money, state money and council money. Serendip will only reach its full potential again if local, state and federal government works together. So yes, it is a state facility. However, we actually are asking our council to actually explore opportunities to help deliver the master plan for the Yuyangs and for Serendip. So this does come with consequences for us. We're not just writing a letter to the Minister, we're actually also putting a public statement about our commitment to Serendip as a longer-term environmental and tourism asset for the north and for the whole of the city of Greater Geelong. So please, I encourage, if there is one motion tonight that gets full support from the 11 of us, this is the one. This is the opportunity for us to band together to actually show our commitment to an extremely unique facility that there is not an example in the rest of Victoria, because there isn't. And that's actually why it's ended up at Parks Victoria. They manage natural open space. They don't manage a sanctuary. And it is fallen to them because it is so unique, it can't fit elsewhere within the state government's systems. So we need to protect it, recognise its uniqueness and use our strength and advocacy capacity as a council to actually assist and save Serendip.
Any other councillor? Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Marahi. I applaud the passion from Councillors Grisbeck and Aitken on this, and I thank the community for the work also in advocating so strongly for Serendip, the Yuyangs and the environment generally. There's no doubt that we need state, federal government attention to this master plan for conservation, cultural heritage, tourism and recreation, both for the You Yangs and Serendip. I visited this area quite a number of times. Recently, I was so disappointed to see how degraded Serendip was in various ways. In fact, it's interesting, Councillor Aitken mentioned Premier Hamer. I visited these areas on numerous occasions over the years, and I first visited Serendip in the late 70s as a young science teacher, where we were, one of the things that Serendip was known for then was we did in-service training on how to do best practices in the environment. And not only that, but there were demonstration solar panels at Serendip in the late 70s. You know, weirdo greenies talking about solar energy. But anyway, as it's really very disappointing 45 years later to see the best practices are no longer being demonstrated, and with limited funding, and that's really the crux of it, the limited funding, Serendip and the You Yangs, fauna and flora continue to be in general environmental decline. And also there's an ever-increasing threat of invasive species. And I'd like to just note as well that we've recently seen the State of the Environment Report 22 by the Australian Government, and here we have a sober reminder of the threats to our environment and the general biodiversity emergency that we find ourselves in, and it beggars belief that we have to advocate strongly for funding for the environment. So I do applaud the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillor? Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Murray, and thank you, Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor Aitken, and to all the community members for the work that's gone into this. I couldn't be more supportive of what's been put forward. I just hope it's listened to, and I would encourage the community to keep being noisy about this, because it astounds me that this is where things have ended up, and that the value of this, of Serendip, isn't being recognised, and, you know, and share with, you know, Councillor Mason the feelings around, you know, the importance of protecting the biodiversity that we still have left. We are living in a biodiversity crisis, and, you know, we have a duty to protect those areas that we still can, while we can. This is a perfect opportunity to do it, and also to help people. It's a great way for people to reconnect with nature and understand what's going on. To, you know, for we've heard school teachers, school kids go there and learn about it, and you know, get that deeper understanding of our environment and of the importance of conservation. This is, you know, and that's before you even get to things like the wildlife tourism, which we've heard about, and the economic benefits that can flow onto communities from that. There is so much potential there, and I just, as I said, I really hope that this is effective, this advocacy. I have a feeling we'll need to continue with it, and I would urge this, you know, this council and the community to continue with our advocacy on this issue. I think it's too important to let go.
Thanks, Councillor Mansfield. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly support this notice of motion of Councillor Grisbeck's. Most of us, I'm pretty sure all of us, have been out to Serendip at one time or another. I've been out there a few times, and at the You Yangs in general, Councillor Maloney and Councillor Aitken and I were out there a few weeks ago planting trees, because we understand the value of this area, and that's why this notice of motion's come tonight. Roger said it was an absolute disgrace, and he's right, it's an absolute disgrace. That we sit here at a council meeting, yet the state government and Parks Victoria have provided zero, when in actual fact they provided less than zero because they're removing animals. Where is the clever thinking behind that? I just don't understand why. a bunch of American tourists will get off a plane and come to Serendip to see kangaroos. Now they've got to drive all the way to Anglesea. It's ridiculous. The Haber government introduced this, as Councillor Aiken said. It's now up to the Andrews government to reintroduce it. And I employ the local candidate here tonight. If you ever make one election commitment, it needs to be this, because the people are here and they'll vote for it. So please do it. So I support this motion, and we need to get this going to the state government, because we've got an election coming up. So thanks. Oh, sorry, and just one other thing before. Sorry. In 2018, the Andrews government committed $241 million to community clubs. We're not asking for that much. Probably just a couple of million would probably do it, not 241. So it's a no-brainer. Thanks. Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. I'll just speak on this too. I think it's been a real education for me this evening to hear. I mean, we knew that it wasn't in great state, the Serendip, and look, I've been there on a few occasions, and I guess looking back on it, each time you go, it's worse from the time before. And there was 2 opportunities when I did the mountain to mouth walk, and we walked through the Serendip, and so there was a lot of people walked through, and the commentary pretty much was, well, it's been let go, isn't it? So it's something that's right on our doorstep, and the opportunities exist, of course, with Avalon and the Spirit of Tassie, and to hear the passion in Roger's voice tonight, and how real that is, it's spine-tingling stuff. And Ella, you're here tonight, and I hope I'm sure you've listened to everything that has been said. Whatever down the track you can do, contribute to this. You've heard. So to Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor Aiken, and to those involved in this NOM, congratulations, and we really hope that this gains some traction, and people stand up and listen. So thank you.
Yeah.
Any other councillor? Back to you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of quick points. The traditional owners were in complete support of this plan. And so, if for no one else but for them to get this particular place back to where we can see things that they refer to in their stories and in their culture, that would be a really good opportunity. Look, it is so close to here. I mean, I could walk, but I probably wouldn't make it that far. But we could literally walk there. I mean, that's the opportunity that we have, that we live so close to there. Yeah, I'd need the bus. But I think that we have it is on our doorstep. And how often do you get to live in an area that has something so special like the You Yangs and Serendip right on your doorstep? We live in a great part of the world. I would encourage the group, everybody, to talk to all of your candidates. We're not just calling out one or two. You need to make sure that all of the candidates hear your situation in terms of the state election. But as Councillor Aiken had said, it is federal, state and local. You've got all of us around this table to listen to you as well. I hope that at some point Roger can take us on another trip that he did a couple of years ago, where all the councillors went on a trip with Roger around Serendip and the You Yangs. And I'm hoping that businesses like Roger's and communities like ours can once again call Serendip the jewel in the crown here in Lara. So thank you to my fellow councillors, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Put this notice of motion to the vote. All in favour? All against? That is carried. Congratulations.
We've got lots of things on the agenda if you want to stick around.
But understand if you don't want to.
Item number 2 on the reports. Well, I might just pause.
Thanks, Marilyn.
So thanks everyone. Item number 2 on the agenda is the amendment C 434GGEE Geelong Sale Yards consideration of submissions. This moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded Councillor Harwood.
This is the original recommendation.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor Aiken.
I have an amendment to that particular motion. If I can move that, please. Yeah.
So you've moved the amendment?
Yes, please.
And you need a seconder for the amendment, Councillor Contel. Councillor Contel. Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look, what I've learnt tonight is that UDF is actually the dirtiest word in Geelong. And in fact, I've also, it's fantastic we're out here in Lara, because another dirty word out in Lara is called urban sprawl. And the UDF was actually a planning response by the council to respond to high density housing. And what's actually happened is we're trying to impose high density housing into residential areas where the community doesn't want it. But what we've actually got here is we've got a unique piece of commercial and industrial land that we're actually saying, well, it should only be about 4 to 6 stories high, and it should only have 30 to 60 dwellings per hectare and density limits. This particular land at the sale yards actually has a healthcare facility opposite, which we know as Grace McKellar. It has a golf course around it. It has a North Geelong railway station around it. And it has industrial areas around it. And guess what it doesn't have? It doesn't have in residential areas like we have in Highton, Packington Street North, Packington Street South, South Geelong. It actually is probably the most unique infill site we have in Geelong in terms of providing high density housing. This is actually where we should be putting it. This is where, I mean, one of the anomalies that I find fascinating is we're saying South Geelong should have 7 stories, but the sale yards should have between 4 and 6. Why? Why? This site actually deserves to be our high density showcase in Geelong. This site deserves to be where we provide affordable housing in apartments. It's this site that we should be allowing that to occur. We shouldn't be looking at this site in isolation of all the other sites around Geelong. This is it. This is the site where we have an opportunity to respond to the massive population growth that we're experiencing in Geelong. This is the site where we can fully utilise the North Geelong railway station to become a commuter station where you don't park your car, you actually live in the sale yards precinct and you walk to North Geelong station and you actually commute to Melbourne if that's actually where your employment opportunity is. So what this proposal actually does in the amendment, it actually says this is actually going to be the home of high density development in Geelong. And we are protecting the community's interest by saying that if anything's over 6 stories, well, it goes out to public notice, which actually means the community can actually say, I don't like that design, I don't like that height, but what it does do, it gives the capacity for us as a council group to say, we are responding to the population pressures that we have. We don't want to just have urban sprawl at Armstrong Creek in the north and western growth zones. We don't just want urban sprawl out in Lara West. We actually do want some high density living and housing opportunities in Geelong. And in fact, this is actually the perfect site for it. And it takes the pressure off us as a council to go and actually say, well, let's have 6 and 7 stories in South Geelong and another 7 in Packington Street and Gordon Avenue could be 10 or 8 or whatever it is. In fact, this is our showcase and this is where we should be having high density housing, and that is why, as a council group, we need a strategic planning response to where we actually want it, and this amendment gives us that opportunity to do that as a council group.
Thank you, Councillor Aiken. Councillor Contel.
I'll reserve my right for the moment, if that's okay, Mr Mayor.
Any other councillor wish to speak on this? Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's a really interesting First of all, it's a really interesting parcel of land that we've been have the opportunity to look at in relation to development, obviously with the old Target site, and I think a part of the Sphinx Hotel's incorporated, and obviously the sale yard. So it's a unique piece of land in the north. My concern, I support higher density living because I've seen what's occurred in Armstrong Creek, and I fear for parts of the northern western growth zone where it's going to be fairly compact. So I've seen what density living looks like in greenfield sites, and Geelong's growth is not going to be slowing down anytime soon. In fact, I expect it will actually accelerate through our region as population growth continues to rise as it is at the moment. My concern is that as a council, we haven't really had the discussion around 10 stories. I get what Councillor Aiken is looking to achieve here, which is to, I guess, put it on the agenda, put it on the potential list of what it may look like. So I absolutely support that. Just with some hesitation, I support how we're going about it, but I absolutely support this particular site and others because I think if you look at 2022, what high density looks like, it is a bit of a shock to the community in some aspects, and I get that. But if you think forward to 2032, it'll probably be the norm. We'll probably go wider and go higher because, again, we'll see the continuation of population growth, and it's a really tough discussion because people don't like to have it sometimes. They're happy with what they've got. We've heard tonight, we love South Geelong, we love Geelong West, we love certain pockets. We don't want it to change. We love Highton. We don't want it to change. The bottom line is we can't stop change. It's how we go about change, what it looks like, and how we integrate it into the existing community and their views of how they want to live in their communities and what choice they have where they live, what housing choice they may have. But we cannot stop change. It's how change looks and how it interacts with our community. So I do support it, but I just have the hesitation. We'll see how it pans out because obviously the officers will need to look at this closely. But I do support higher density living in appropriate areas within the Geelong area where the infrastructure is nearby. It makes sense because I just fear for our continued, work and development in greenfield sites. It's finite, and we're already seeing the state government introduce a distinct area landscapes overlay, which is going to slow some development in different areas and what that might look like, and it'll put more pressure on greenfield sites. So we need to look at how we do our infill density high-rise and what that looks like. But we just need to be cognisant of exactly what it's going to be, what the community are going to think about it, and how we, as we said earlier, how we consult with them to give them the big picture of what we're looking to truly achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. I might just speak on this. Sorry, Councillor Ansell, you go.
Thank you, Mayor Murray here. And look, while I agree with a lot of the sentiment of what has been discussed about this being an opportunity to potentially increase some density in an area that where perhaps there's less impact on existing residents, the process with this one's a little bit concerning, and I'm not sure, again, I'm interested in hearing the debate on this, but we haven't, what we put out for community consultation was 6 stories. We haven't consulted on 10 stories, and although it isn't, as we said, not sort of right in an existing residential area, I think we've seen how sensitive the community is to really high-rise development. And the other issue is this is going to the panel stage now with in terms of the amendment process. There is an opportunity for submissions to be made to that panel, and so an argument can be made by anyone making a submission for 10 stories. The difficulty with this is that having to have the decision around the height discussed during the planning notice process I think my concern is where it cuts the community voice out in this process, and I feel that there may be a better way to go about having this discussion. I'm not comfortable with this, and I guess where the community voice sits in it and where the power, I guess, balance sits again. This is something that I feel comes up in planning, that council, the developers, I guess, are experienced in dealing with planning matters. When it comes to having their concerns heard, they, I guess, are often more prepared. That community voice, I think, we need to make as much space for that as we can to ensure that it's heard, and I'm uncomfortable with where this would land in terms of allowing that. So I'm not sure that I'm supportive of this amendment, but I agree with the general sentiment around this being an opportunity for increased density at this site.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. I want to speak on it, and I'm actually amazed we're debating this, to be quite honest. I mean, all the what we've heard here tonight is the perhaps criticism of our engagement policy, and we're not doing it right, we're not doing enough, and how do we improve on it? People, if this is passed tonight, people will wake up and say, how did this become 10 stories? Because it's never gone out to public consultation. Public will never comment or have had the chance to comment on a 10-storey development at Sale Yards. I'm amazed that we can perhaps debate this, but that's democracy at its best. So we don't know if we're responding to the community wishes because it hasn't been tested by the community. It hasn't gone out and heard comment from the community. So how can we bring an amendment and say, well, let's make it 10? And that's all pretty much what's happened here. I mean, the council has never supported or mentioned 10 stories in any previous council meetings in relation to the Sale Yards, including May 2020, when the Sale Yards precinct plan was endorsed at 6 stories. That's what happened back in May 2020. So again, community not consulted on 10. There's been no submission on it, obviously. It's not compliant with the surrounding area and potentially adversely impact the public realm. I just think it's really dangerous ground we're treading on here to vote on something that the public have never had a chance to comment on, and this is what the uproar tonight has been about, is the public engagement, and yet we can turn a blind eye to that and maybe support this. They're my comments in relation to it. Any other councillor? Councillor Mason.
Thanks, Mayor Murray. Look, I very much support the sentiments relating to urban sprawl and increased density. And I reflect about the revitalisation of Central Geelong. And one of our fundamental documents, one of our core documents, expresses the need for increased density living in the central part of Geelong, or an extra 10,000 people, not all in the one spot, but through some sort of considered design. So I sympathise with that sentiment, but I also am uncomfortable because I don't think we've been through a deliberative process. I don't think that it's been well enough considered. I have read some reports stating that in fact 10 stories on this site is in fact not appropriate. So we haven't had a full and careful study on this, and I would like to seize the opportunities for when they're there for greater density living and higher density living. But I think we've still got to go through the processes and the deliberation and the community consultation, and in this particular case, I don't believe we've reached that point.
Any other councillors? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think I'm on the same lines as Councillor Aitken, because this is an opportunity for us we were all hearing before about UDFs in Highton being an issue, in Pakenham Street North being an issue, in South Geelong being an issue. And here we have an opportunity where there are no people, generally speaking, to have 10 stories around a golf course or near a train station and around other commercial areas, which will take the pressure off the residential areas. And some councillors are disagreeing, saying that the process isn't right because the community won't be brought along with it. Yet it says there in the last sentence, anything above 6 stories will require a planning notice process, which is more than the state government do for community care accommodation. So we're saying we're going to bring the community with us. So I think there's a little bit of confusion there amongst councillors because we are going to bring the community with us. If they're against it, they're against it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, because this takes the pressure off Highton, it takes the pressure off Geelong West, it takes the pressure off South Geelong. So to not support this and then say, oh, but I want reduced in my patch, that just doesn't make sense to me. So I support this because it takes the pressure off other places. Thanks.
Any other councillor?
And sorry, just one other thing. Councillor Harwood said you can't stop change. That's true, we can't stop change, but this is our chance to influence it. And we're influencing it by having 10 stories in one area and less development, less intensity in other areas. This is our chance to influence the development, to influence change. That's our job. Thanks.
Councillor Contel.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I accept arguments on both sides. I think they all have merit. There's no doubt about it. Both the arguments around consultation and also the arguments put forward by others in the room in terms of high density development and living. We know that wherever it's raised, it is, or has been at least, controversial. When I look at this parcel of land, I probably echo what Councillor Aitken said, that if you're going to put it anywhere, I mean, there's other areas, of course, but this is one area where we probably should consider it. It is industrial to a certain extent. It's surrounded by either commercial or perhaps medical type of facilities, plus some hospitality on one side of it. There's no doubt that it will come with some resistance as well, but also there is an opportunity here for continued submissions and consultation as plans are put forward, and there's also the opportunity for the Minister to be looking at the submissions that have already been put through in terms of the amendment. So can understand both sides, but I'm supportive of the amendment at this point in time.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Otherwise, back to you, Councillor Aitken.
Look, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Look, it's interesting because people keep saying tonight, take the emotion out of it, but then people are saying, I sympathise with you, which is actually an emotion. I actually would like you to make a planning decision tonight. What the motion actually says is that if we support this site for high density, that's what it says. So, and then it also says that the precinct could have up to 10, so it doesn't say it's all 10. It actually says that it could have up to 10, subject to appropriate design and siting outcomes, and that means overshadowing. That actually means design in terms of the building envelope that exists. You know, where windows are, you know, what type of granite and other facade is on the outside of the building. And the important part, it actually says, all applications above 6 stories require a planning notice process. And you know what a planning notice process is? You actually go to the community and you actually put out and say, I wish to develop this. Can you please present what your thoughts would actually be on it? Yep. So to now say that there is no public consultation, we're enshrining public consultation with this particular motion. What we're not enshrining it with our UDFs at the moment for South Geelong, Highton and Pakenham Street, we're saying it's an as of right, you can go up to 7 stories. There's actually no planning notice process in those, what's been potentially presented to us. However, the wording in this particular document and motion is quite clear. This is our high density living part of Geelong. This is subject to appropriate design and siting, and if an application comes in before this council above 6 stories, we will actually put it out to public consultation and actually ask the public, what do you think about it? And the council group can actually go, well, we'll pull it in because there's massive opposition. I don't think there will be massive opposition to this site location. You know what? We received 15 submissions to this particular precinct. And one of those submissions actually said we should have 10 stories. So to also make the statements that it's never been discussed before is actually wrong. One of the submissions, if you read the submissions as a council, it actually says it should be 10 stories. So this is not a figure that's been plucked out of the air. This is not a process that's just been developed in the last 5 minutes. This is actually a planning process, and councils are giving a direction to an independent panel with an amendment saying this is a high density area, subject to design and siting outcomes, and if someone wants to go above 6 stories, it must be presented before the public to give them an opportunity to have a say. That's what's actually occurring. It's a planning process. It is not an emotional process.
Thank you. I put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried.
So back to the substantive motion with the amendment?
Oh, I don't think we know. Yeah, back to the original. Yeah. So that who's moved that? Where are we? Councillor Grisbeck, thank you, and Councillor Harwood. Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think we need to speak for another hour on this. I think so now that becomes a substantive motion with that amendment in it. So, and look, I don't think we need to speak any further on it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also, I guess, foreshadow there'll be more discussions of this ilk around the table in time as we continue to find these particular applications coming through, whether it's we're talking about our settlement strategy, we're talking about 10,000 people in the CBD. These discussions will not end tonight. There'll be much more discussion, probably harder discussions to have as we get closer to more residential areas, where it becomes another discussion again. So just foreshadow, this discussion will continue in different formats, but and maybe out of the discussion tonight and from some of the community comment is we need to have a really hard look at how we do our consultation and what we put out from the get-go of what we're thinking, as opposed to perhaps a little later on when we just sort of throw it in. I'm not saying it's just where we find ourselves this evening, but just foreshadow this is not the last discussion we have on this type of topic.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Otherwise, back to you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Nothing further, Mr Mayor.
Put this motion to the vote. All in favour? Against? That is carried.
Where are we?
2.3. Yeah, 2.3.
Item number 3 is the South Geelong Urban Design Framework.
Anyone awake
You can all stay at my house tonight.
Might hold you up to that.
So moved by Councillor Harwood.
Which one's this one?
South Geelong.
Seconded Councillor Consell. Councillor Mansfield.
I have an amendment to move, which I'm not sure if it can be brought up on the screen.
Just waiting for that amendment to come up.
Thank you.
Yep. There it is.
So I'll speak to the amendment and speak to the broader South Geelong UDF.
A seconder for the...
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh, for the purpose.
Oh, you go.
Oh, just for the purpose of the debate, I'll certainly.
Councillor Harwood.
Thank you.
So I'm specifically speaking to the amendment here. This has been, as we've heard tonight, this is a really it's been a lengthy process. It's a difficult issue, and I thank the officers for their work on this one. There've been really mixed views from the community about different parts of the UDF. We've heard actually quite a bit of support on this one. None here tonight, but have heard quite a bit of support. about certainly some aspects of it. Some are against, others who accept the need for change but have concerns about some areas of it. And I think what this has shown is that there's a benefit to looking at a precinct-wide planning scheme amendment. Allows us to look holistically at an area and plan for a whole area, but the challenge is when it comes to a decision, we have to say yes or no to the whole package. And so that's what's led to this amendment. The Barwon Water site, anyone who's been following this issue will know that the Barwon Water site has been the most controversial aspect of the South Geelong UDF, and that's partly due to its proximity to single and double-storey dwellings immediately across the road on two sides of this pocket. It's also located in the middle of South Geelong, and those familiar with the site will understand the community reservations about having a 6-storey building in this location. Not the whole site is being earmarked for 6 storeys. It's a portion of the site, and it's up to 6 storeys that may or may not ever be developed to that height, but it would potentially allow that if it's approved in the next stage of this process. Now, there is some support for 6 storeys, but the community have expressed all along an overwhelming preference for 4 storeys at this site. The current market research that we've done also indicates strong demand for townhouse-style dwellings with limited markets for apartment-style living. So it's possible we'd never see 6 storeys at this site, or we may wait significant time for development to occur while we're waiting to see if the market conditions change to make this viable. We need housing now. We've heard evidence from different parties against 4 storeys, including the commercial realities for developers, as well as some theoretical arguments about increased opportunity for investment in the public realm if we go higher. That means, if they go higher, they can make the streets look nicer, deliver more social housing. And look, that may be the case, but I'd like some more compelling evidence to convince me that it will be delivered. We saw in the case of St Mary's Apartments the promise of social housing only to have it sold off as luxury apartments, and no social housing was delivered at that site. We've seen it, we have committed to asking for a proportion of social and affordable housing within the UDF, but I'm nervous about I have full faith in our officers to argue the case, but I've seen planning decisions being made, and even in recent times, by state planning bodies that haven't incorporated council requests for that social and affordable housing. The Arden precinct in Melbourne is a great recent example of where that's occurred. I'm also concerned about the community voice in the process going forward, and this is what I was referring to in the last item. And while the existing community are not the only stakeholders in this, we don't own where we live. We might own our block of land, but we don't own the whole suburb. But people are nonetheless impacted by what happens around them, and they should be able to contribute to shaping their local environment. They're important stakeholders. By reducing the heights to 4 storeys at the Barwon Water site, I think it reflects much of what the community feedback we have consistently received. And at the planning scheme amendment phase, it ensures that this community voice is heard there. There is still opportunity for other stakeholders to make the case for higher if that's what they want, but I feel like this just stacks it in favour of the community voice that little bit more, without the onus being on the community at the next stage to prove why it should come down, because it's very difficult at that stage when you're up against developers and other bodies that have significant planning experience and can make that argument. So that's part of my reason for doing this as a community representative, ensuring that that community voice is reflected here and has some weight in the process going forward. There's a second part to my amendment that's probably less controversial than the changing of the heights, and that's just about reinforcing the need for ongoing community engagement at all the next stages of the process in the South Geelong UDF. That's about ensuring they are given adequate notice about the planning scheme amendment, that officers ensure that they consult with submitters, consider this during the consideration of submissions, they report these outcomes of discussion back to council, and that once that any planning controls that are implemented in the UDF, that they actually facilitate ongoing community input to the design of future developments. So these are things like that were referred to again in the previous item about making sure once you get to that planning permit phase, we do put it out for community consultation, and that we also really focus on the importance of design excellence and community benefit for key development areas. That's something we need the community to be seeing the benefit of this increased development. So I'm putting this forward, hoping it strikes a balance. It allows this to go forward, but addresses some of the significant community concerns that have been raised through the process.
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Just reserve my right at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a brief note to say thank you, Councillor Mansfield, for trying to strike that balance. It's probably one of the most difficult planning decisions that we make is around how do we balance the need for community consultation, the need for the right level of height. We've spoken about that across the board tonight. So I think this amendment strikes the right balance, and thanks for bringing that to us. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Aiken.
Look, I think the council group and Councillor Mansfield can understand what my position is going to be after the last item. I'm actually happy to support Councillor Mansfield with this. I would have loved her to support my motion that I put up before, but it actually shows we're not making personal or emotional decisions, we're actually making a planning decision, and we should continue to do that as a council group. It is us that are influencing the outcomes in Geelong in these particular areas. It's not officers. It's us, and this is an example where we're reflecting what our community has put before us, and we're putting forward the changes that we are comfortable with as a group. And I commend the work that Councillor Mansfield has done for the changes for this particular, and also articulate really well how it's not just about story height, but it is important about design and how it actually integrates into the existing communities where people are already living. And that's what's actually happening in South Geelong, and this is a significant improvement on that. So thank you, Councillor Mansfield.
Councillor Contel.
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I respect the effort that Councillor Mansfield has put into trying to strike a balance, as has been said by others. Unfortunately for me, I can't support this amendment, and nor do I reckon I could support the original. And for the reasons that I've articulated to councillors previously in our briefings, is that particularly with the feedback that I've received from residents and community members in South Geelong and those that are interested in this UDF, which has been very, very similar to what I've received from those living in around Geelong West and Gordon Avenue, that they do not feel that they have had the opportunity to be informed, notwithstanding comments that were made around the previous amendment, which I see differently. They do not believe that they have had the opportunity to be heard or to put forward their concerns. The whole period during COVID was extremely difficult for community members in particular, and certainly what I heard with the Geelong West and Gordon Avenue communication in the town hall, which both Councillor Mansfield and I sat in, was very loud and passionate requests for us to provide more opportunities where the layperson can come into an environment like we're in today, have officers present that can explain and answer the questions and either dispel or confirm fears and concerns that they have. And so it's for that reason that I can't move forward yet with either of these, whether it's the amendment or the report, because I just don't think that the community, one, either realise what they're going to get, or two, have had the opportunity to speak to it or express their views. And so I've received enough emails and phone calls and correspondence to feel that I need to take the side of the community on this matter.
Thank you. Any other councillor? I'll just speak. I'm not supportive of the amendment to reduce down to 4 stories. I just think that we've got a great parcel of land here with the Barham waterside, great opportunity to develop. I think we have a responsibility to produce a real diversity of affordable housing, and this presents itself. And I think 6 stories. It's difficult to try and imagine 6 stories there, but when they're built. But I think it'll really it'll complement the South Geelong railway station when that's eventually built. Not all of this is proposed for 6 stories. They have to meet the demand for smaller and more affordable housing, and I think it's the council's responsibility to attempt to provide that. And this recommendation for the 6 supports what we adopted in 2020 in the Greater Geelong Settlement Strategy, which is about increased urban density. So look, I understand the arguments for, and I too have been contacted by many, but I think actually there's a fair bit of support as well for the 6 stories. But in any event, I don't support the amendment down to 4. Any other? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm a little confused as to why Councillor Mansfield, Sarah, wants a reduction at South Geelong, yet didn't want the overflow to go at North Geelong, so which is the perfect spot for it. But I do support Councillor Mansfield in her bid to try and reduce the height, because that's what the community want. I've read the emails that were sent in. They're saying a maximum of 4 stories. For me, that's probably still too high, but that's what the community have said, so I'll certainly support Councillor Mansfield in this instance.
Councillor Mason.
Thanks, Mayor Murray. I've had some difficulty with this because I've been following this. When I first had the planning portfolio some years ago, this has been going on for quite a long time. And I understand that there has been considerable consultation, and it's only recently that some discomfort has been expressed. I did want to understand more about what the ward councillors feel about it, and two are for it and one's against it. As far as the community dissension, I think it's always the loud and squeaky wheels that get heard, and there's quite a lot of people that haven't probably commented on it. So look, I want to stay with the high density living, the opportunities that have been offered from that, and the idea of excellence in design can be applied to 4 stories and it can be applied to 6 stories. And there are other processes that we continue to have to go through, and further exhibitions and consultations. And I want to accept, given the fact that I have followed this process for some years, and all of the attempts and the very fine attempts to satisfy heritage overlays, etc., throughout South Geelong, and on balance, I am inclined to support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Back to, Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly supported this for the purpose of debate which we've had, but my previous comments would give a clear indication of what I think about, development in general in the Geelong region, and I guess I take a much longer term view, perhaps just 2022 to 2030, so to speak, and I think this parcel of land beside the railway station, literally less than a kilometre from the CBD, and everything that is around it, I think it's another opportunity for higher growth, higher density. And again, I go back to our current settlement strategy about how we're looking to accommodate people in our region. This would be, I would say, there's a lost opportunity not to maximise the yield of potential accommodation there. And again, we talk about social housing. This is a great opportunity to make sure that social housing is incorporated in any development there. It might be 6 stories or higher around the whole area, but it certainly should have capacity to go to 6, and I think even a little higher, maybe to 8 purely going to maximise the potential that this site offers. And I just say this in 2022, again, I'm very confident that in time, 2032 and beyond, we'll look back and go, we got that right or we came up short. And I just feel that, again, I go back to the growth, the demand, I think we're underselling ourselves on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Murray, and thank you to my fellow councillors. I think it reflects, the complexity of this decision that's before us, the debate that we've had on it here. It's not a simple matter. I think, we've heard a variety of different arguments. This is really talking about one portion of the whole UDF. There is still plans for significant increase in or potential increase in heights. We don't know what will be developed. This is just about providing, I guess, some sort of vision for how we could manage that development. As we heard earlier tonight from our officers, development's going to happen. This is about us having some say over it and being able to plan it and put it in places where we feel it works. This is one corner of one particular site. And it's not saying it can't be developed to provide residences. It's just limiting the height on that corner where it's caused a lot of angst for the local community. It's quite possible in 10, 20 years' time won't look out of place, but to go to 6 stories at that site is, I think, very difficult for then the community to accept everything else that's being offered in the UDF. So, look, I think this, again, as I said, would allow the process to continue. This is not the end of the line. There is still opportunity for the community to have input, but that means all stakeholders have the opportunity to have input. This could change again through the planning scheme process, so it's not the end. This doesn't lock in anything apart from council's sort of position that they will put out there and create, I guess, the proposal for the planning scheme amendment. They'll base it on that, but there are many decisions to go before anything is ever built and ever appears on that site, and before we really know what it'll look like. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. We'll put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? The amendment is defeated. We'll now go back to the substantive motion. Mover, Councillor Harwood, in relation to that. South Geelong.
So, okay, give you a word.
And
I'm happy to move it for the sake of the debate.
And Councillor Contel, seconded.
Just stay with me while I go through this.
It's the same way, Bruce. South Geelong. Yep. Councillor Harwood.
Sorry, can I be a pain and request, and look, I know this is on the fly, but an amendment that is similar to my previous one but removes...
Unfortunately, you can only do one amendment. You don't
can only do one amendment?
Chances.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Someone else could do it, Sarah, if there's a person.
My suggestion is that we include the part that's about the community engagement and remove the references to the heights at the site. It's just a suggestion if anyone wanted to take it up.
What is it?
Yeah. I'll have a second that. Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, Jim, do you want to just talk us through it?
If I can find the page.
It's 10 o'clock, dude.
Look, I understand that
it's the second part of Sarah's amendment.
Yeah.
So it's point 6 and 7, removing point 5. And
okay, so I put the motion now, as was originally put, with an amendment now, which includes the original Sarah's amendment number 6 and number 7. Is that right?
yeah, we'd remove 5 and in point 1, the reference to recommendation 5. So you'd remove those ones.
We exclude 5, and then this is now the substantive motion.
No, not yet. No, we'll debate that motion you just moved, Councillor Jim.
Oh, well, there we go. So what a creative thing we've just done.
Yep, yep.
And so I respect very much the grace in which the defeated motion has now been accepted, and I very much support the idea of confirming the need for community engagement and planning controls as expressed in number 6 and number 7.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I endorse the words of Councillor Mason. We came to disagreement on point 5 there, but since we're just moving 6 and 7 here, it's hard to argue against further community engagement, or really a couple of these points here are just keeping people in the loop as we progress on this. Since I was Chair in Planning in 2019, it was an issue then. It still seems to be an issue now, so happy to second any motions here which cannot progress this.
Any other councillor wish to speak on this amendment?
I think it's a good amendment.
Sarah, you go first. Go on, Sarah.
Councillor Aiken.
Look, just to add to the comedy at the present time, there's actually a famous Abbott and Costello routine about who's on first stop and who's on second base. So that's what it seems like at the moment.
Sorry, no.
That's what it seems like at the moment. But there is a bit of madness in what's actually happening in front of everybody at the present time. We are trying to rescue the amendment and try and find an outcome that may appease the majority of the council group. And so I think although it may look comical, it actually is a really encouraging process for the council group to be doing this. We're actually trying to see how we can help deliver ultimately what Councillor Mansfield wished to achieve, although there's a significant component of it that has been lost. But I think it is reflective of the council group if we can actually find an outcome, and this amendment does give us that opportunity now. Yeah.
Yep. Agree with that, Councillor Aiken. Any other councillor?
I've got a question. I'd like to get some clarity. Given that we're doing all this on the run, I'd like to get some clarity from an officer in terms of what does this actually mean for the community? What are we actually agreeing on here? What do they get a say in? What opportunity is there for change? What happens if the community comes back and says, we actually want 4 stories or we want 10 stories? Where does all this go, and how is that communication going to occur, or consultation?
Thank you. Turned off again, is it?
Yeah, it's right now.
Is it okay now?
Yep.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Councillor Contel. My understanding of the motion, I know this is one Sarah had discussed with Jess Hurst, who's leading some of this work previously as well. Really, it's fair to say majority of that motion now that remains is integrated into a standard process that would actually do with an amendment process anyway. So when we go to progress and exhibit an amendment, because this is actually just what you're seeking here to do at the moment, is adopt the framework plan, seek the Minister's authorisation to prepare an amendment. Assuming the Minister does that, then it will be exhibited. This is outlining pretty much what would actually happen in that consultation process. I think the importance of it, though, it's reinforcing Council's view that that's a really important process in the next step.
Yep.
It does not create additional work. It is what would normally happen anyway, but it sends a good, strong message from the Council.
So just so I'm clear, and it is clear in point 1, if this motion is supported by the majority of councillors, we are actually adopting the UDF as it's put.
To the framework, but then to be seeking also the Minister's approval to exhibit the amendment. That allows another stage of consultation to occur, and obviously then those submissions will be referred to panel. So we'll come back to Council again after it's been exhibited. And that's another opportunity for Council to review it.
But this is just the amendment we'll be voting on, Councillor.
I understand, but item 1 is adopt the South Geelong Urban Design Framework.
I know, we're not voting on that yet.
It's item 1 of 5.
No, this is the amendment. The bottom of the red section.
So we're voting on item 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jim's amendment.
Only 5.
Yeah, yes, it's and that's the amendment.
Now that's I'd like to hear that from Sarah.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is just the amendment. So the text in red, and if we could scroll up and see the text in red. Thanks, Maria.
Yeah.
Which is on our document here.
Thank you.
So it should be 5 and the numbering's wrong there.
Yeah, it should be 5.1 and 5.
So we're only voting on 5 and 7.
Correct.
And the sub-points under it.
Yes.
Correct?
But we will fix
The numbers.
Councillor Grisbeck?
Sorry, I was just going to clarify that, Councillor Contel.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Around the amendment.
Anyone else wish to speak on that amendment?
I just want to be clear on what heights may or may not be applicable to this amendment, if any. So we're going back to is it 4 to 6? Is that where we're at?
Mm-hmm. That's the UDF stands. Yeah.
As the amendment stands, are we in the 4 to 6?
I think it'll come back to assuming you need to go through this first phase of looking at those at the red aspect. Assuming if that gets passed, and then correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but looking at then the whole motion, you'd be endorsing the urban design framework as it stands, which retains the existing heights for the Bar and Water site.
Which are?
6 stories from memory. 6 to 3 varies across the site. Yeah.
3 to 6. Up to 0.
So we have the amendment before us. Yep. Councillor Mason has moved and Councillor Sullivan has seconded. I'm going to put that amendment to the vote. So I'll do that now. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Now, with that amendment, we'll go to the substantive, which you're moving, Councillor Howard.
Well, the substantive motion is now...
Is it the blank?
Isn't it black?
Is all of it.
All of that plus 6 and 7.
Yeah, all that plus I just voted against 6 and 7. So it's going to be difficult to move it.
You can choose not to.
Yeah, I probably won't move it.
Sure.
Probably not appropriate.
Yep.
Given I
Mayor,
voted against.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Grisbeck, to move, and who seconded that? Councillor Mason. Thank you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we now get back to the substantive motion plus the amendment that's on the screen at the moment. So just to be clear, this is, as discussed, a very sensitive topic. UDFs are very sensitive topics across the community from all areas of the city. So I think Councillor Mansfield has done her best to get the balance here of community consultation. So I'm hoping that that the officers see the intent behind the amendment that sits here, that we really need those controls and consultation to be of highest order here. These UDFs frameworks need to have probably the most consultation we have on anything within the city. It's something that we need to have set out pretty clearly for the layman to understand. So I'm moving this South Geelong UDF. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
And I second it. And I'd just like to recognise the great work that all councillors have put into this over the years. And I'd like to compliment also the officers who have studiously applied themselves to the very many problems, including heritage overlays and all of the different elements and needs within the community, including the opportunity to develop the site right next to the sites right next to the railway line. So I support this motion now, which includes Councillor Mansfield's additions, which we've already approved, 6 and 7. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Any other councillor wish to speak on this? Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to seek clarification because we're requesting the Minister for Planning to authorise the preparation and exhibition of a planning scheme amendment as such. And then we're asking for seeking further community input during the planning scheme amendment. So we're doing them in parallel.
Yeah, it's reinforcing what the planning scheme does.
It's the normal
process. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
It's just putting in a written form what the process
No,
is.
I just want to be absolute crystal clarity on exactly what we're doing, and I'm still confused.
There's no change.
What's on second and who's on unusual?
It's not unusual. All right, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Any other councillors speak on this? Councillor Costello.
Yeah, just so it's clear, I'm still not satisfied that we're meeting the needs of what the community has requested of us in terms of the consultation. I'm still not happy that message has been heard, so I can't support as it's put now.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor Mansfield.
Look, thank you. This is a sort of difficult one now, but I think there are risks with, I'm disappointed we weren't able to, obviously lower the height there at that site, because I think, it would have had, built some community acceptance around the whole plan. That said, we have, there are elements of it that I think do deliver some really important community benefits, in particular the expansion of the heritage protected area. I know not everyone is happy with that, but in general I think it reflects the sentiment of residents of South Geelong and the need to ensure protections for those heritage areas. We do have to look at how we accommodate the growing need for different types of housing, and in locations where people have access to services and amenities, and things like public transport. We have a lot of pressure on our green spaces, our green wedges. Our urban sprawl has significant detriments to the community. There are a lot of sustainability benefits to increasing density. And part of the reason for putting this amendment up is I think that community voice is really important, ensuring that we do this well. I really hope that with this process we see benefits delivered to the community in terms of public realm, better public transport and accessibility around these areas. It's an opportunity to review the services that are delivered and the services that are needed to that area if we are going to start accommodating, greater population density there. And I think, we have to continue arguing for higher standard developments, high environmental design standards. I know that some of that's beyond our control at a council level, but I really hope that we can continue to fight for a really good quality outcome here. There's a long way to run in this process. Just as a reminder, the community still have an opportunity to make submissions to the next stage in the process if it gets there. If this gets up tonight, this is not the end of it. Things could still change quite significantly. So I hope that you stay engaged if you're interested in this, and I really hope it delivers a good outcome for the whole community.
Thank you. Any other councillor? I'll speak on it. I'm supportive of this motion. I think we have a responsibility. We've got a great piece of land just in relation to Barwon Waterside, but generally the South Geelong area. I think there's been great work done on this, and in fact it has increased the heritage area of the South Geelong. That's what's been achieved by this. The building heights will always be of contention, and the overall building heights for Mirrabul Street have remained 6 to 7 stories. The preferred heights for Barwon Waterside 3 to 6. I think we have to be able to provide that. Housing diversity is something we have to support. This is an opportunity to do that. Sure, it doesn't please everyone, and I understand that, but it's difficult. But I think in time we'll see the benefits of this South Geelong Urban Design Framework, and as Councillor Mansfield has said, there's also the next stage as well. So, any other councillor? Back to you, Councillor Grisbeck.
Nothing further, Mr. Mayor.
I'll put this to the vote. All in favour? Against?
Just in case I missed anyone before, I'd like to call another division.
Sure. All in favour? So Councillor Nelson, Councillor Harwood, Councillor Mason, Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Murray, Councillor Mansfield, Councillor Grisbeck. And against is Councillor Councillor, and against Councillor Aiken, Councillor Pontel and Councillor Maloney.
We're after 10 o'clock, Mr. Mayor.
That is carried. Thank you. That is carried. And now the next item is I need a councillor to move. And as per our governance rules, we cannot continue after 10 p.m. unless the majority of members present vote in favour of it continuing. Do we have a mover and a seconder for a motion that the meeting continue to proceed after 10 p.m? Move Councillor Mason, seconded Councillor Sullivan. All in favour?
Division?
Hang on. Actually, so all in favour to continue after 10 p.m? And all those against?
Maybe that's because I live the closest.
Item number 4 is the draft community safety framework. Moved Councillor Mansfield, seconded Councillor Maloney. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield.
Thank you, Mayor Murray. And I think this is a really, it's probably a less controversial item, and it's refreshing to have that on the agenda. This is to put out for consultation our community safety strategy for public input. There has already been some background work that's been done in community consultation that's fed into this this draft. We're, I think, at a very broad level, really fortunate to live in a country where we are not experiencing some of the things that people in many other countries experience at the moment in terms of war and threats to their safety. But that doesn't mean everyone in our community feels safe all the time. We know from our recent community surveys that 61% of people have a perception of safety in their community, and we put it on we look at that as a positive, but it means that a significant portion of our community don't feel safe all the time where they live, and that's a real concern for us. And as a council, we have a responsibility, I think, in a number of areas to look after people and to help create that feeling of safety for people. Safety means a lot of different things as well. I think when we hear safety in councils, often our minds jump to CCTV cameras, and it's something that comes up in discussions all the time. And putting aside, I'm not going to get into that debate around the evidence for CCTV, but I think what this strategy demonstrates is that safety is actually a much broader issue than that. This touches on safety in the home, safety for children, safety when it comes to things like family violence, the physical safety. It's come up in our Ageing Well Advisory Committee, people feeling like they're not going to fall over on a footpath or with poor infrastructure. Ensuring people feel like they're not going to be discriminated against or have other fears for their, for their acceptance within a community. All of these things are really important. They're important for our health and well-being. It's important for our sense of belonging and acceptance within a community. So I really, I think this is a really positive move, that we're looking to create some sort of strategy and way of thinking around how we can improve safety and address that quite significant portion of the community who don't currently feel that sense of safety where they live. It's getting late, so I'll leave it at that one.
Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Murray, and thank you, Councillor Mansfield, for those wise words. I actually grabbed the same stat to sound cool and well-read, and up from 53% or 53.8. I walk through the streets of our beautiful, pretty city, Mirabel Street in particular, and witnessed a punch-on recently, and saw myself as the adjudicator trying to help people sort things out, and I realised that a lot of people don't feel safe around loud noises, things that go on in our community, and as Councillor Mansfield wisely mentioned, the things like crime prevention and injury prevention also come into that. But I think that as a community, this document also that is out for community engagement for 4 weeks from today, outlines the community's responsibilities, what we're supposed to be doing as a part of our role individually and as a collective in order to keep our beautiful part of the world safe and help others who might not feel as safe to feel a bit more robust in their ability to subsist and survive and thrive. So hopefully the community engagement piece involved in this will garner some social connectedness and understanding of what we need to bring to our community. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Otherwise, back to you, Councillor Mansfield.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. I'll put this to the vote. All in favour? Against? That is carried. Item number 5 is the tree management policy, moved by Councillor Aiken and seconded by Councillor Maloney. Councillor Aiken.
Very quickly, this is actually a cleaner, if the best way to describe it. We adopted a tree management policy in 2020, and it actually created confusion in the community because the community thought that the tree management policy would also cover non-public land in terms of trees. So what's actually happening is it's come back to us after the confusion that was out there. One of the major changes is we're actually going to change the name of it to call it the Public Tree Management Policy. So it clearly is understood in the broader community. This is about managing the public's trees, not trees on private land on other site locations. We're going to put it out to public consultation again for 30 days and get the community to provide some feedback. I do note though that there is a strong ambition in the Geelong community that this council at some stage tries to have a policy which covers non-public trees and how we manage those and give some guidelines to the broader community as well too.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Murray. Very quickly as well, I think we've got to go rapid fire until 11. This policy establishes when the city will plant, prune or remove trees so that we know that certain trees are protected and also our tree canopy is enhanced. And also the planning scheme includes some regulatory overlays that are really interesting, especially for trees on private property. So there's a few things that are worth noting in this framework that I endorse. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. What it doesn't say and should say is that, and hopefully the community will pick up on this and they'll have their say, is that the right trees need to be planted in the right place, because I'm getting a lot of calls about people's solar panels and the trees growing up and past their roofs and then they can't generate any power. So we need to plant the right trees in the right places.
Thank you. Any other Councillor Grisbeck?
Similar to Councillor Nelson, I'm hearing around, I'm hoping that the community will have their say in relation to item number 5, which is about tree removal and the risk to public safety. You know, we often hear of community members that have either, you know, slipped on the nuts that have fallen from the tree on the footpath, and how we go about putting the right trees in the right places, but don't be afraid to replace a tree if it's not the right tree. I think because we've planted trees in the past that have been either the wrong one or it's grown too big or it's too small or whatever it might be. So I think there's a good opportunity for renewal, and you know, we can plant more. It's just I think I'd love to hear the community's views on the item number 5 and item number 6 around tree removal. Yeah. Thank you.
Good point. Councillor
I know we're harping on about this, but I need to say the same thing. The amount of phone calls that we receive as councillors about trees, and we all love them, but you know, there's been a lot of different trees planted over the decades in Geelong, and people have significant challenges with them and are not able to do anything with them when they do. So whether they're gutters that are getting blocked, whether they're intruding into pathways, whether they're causing trip hazards, and yet they feel like they've got nowhere to go. So I think as councillors, if we can make sure the community's aware of this and make sure that they have their say, then there's an opportunity for us perhaps to consider that.
Yeah, agreed. And I'll just kind of absolutely agree. I don't know who chose the trees years ago that were planted at different suburbs around Geelong, but there's certainly a problem there, some of them. Anyway, any other councillor wish to comment on this? Otherwise, back to you, Councillor Aiken.
I actually thought there wasn't going to be much discussion on it. So
sure.
nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I'll put this matter to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Item number 6 is the Public Transparency Policy adoption, moved by Councillor Mason and seconded Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor Murray. This is to adopt the Public Transparency Policy, and it describes the way in which the council information is made publicly available and gives effect to the public transparency principles in the Local Government Act 2020. The policy outlines how transparent decision-making helps to promote a positive and productive relationship between the council and the city and the community in various ways, which I won't enunciate now. But I will say there's an old rule in decision-making which has stood the test of time, and that rule is through participation you get commitment. And so I think it's obvious and transparent for all that we must have this participation. This policy was offered for community consultation for 3 weeks in July, and I believe we've addressed all concerns in the feedback, and it's representative of industry best practice. A policy that's not standalone, it complements and underpins other strategies, plans and policies, including the 30-year vision, Greater Geelong, a clever and creative future, our community plan and the annual report. And these documents include performance measures. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I won't speak on too much on this because I initially moved it back in our July meeting for 3 weeks of community consultation. We received 3 submissions, and I'm glad that their submissions were answered and that no changes to the policy are proposed. So over to second.
Thank you. Any other councillor? Back to you, Councillor Mason.
Nothing further to add.
I put that motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Item number 7 is the Terms of Reference Review, Women in Community Life Advisory Committee and Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. Moved Councillor Maloney and seconded Councillor Aiken. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Murray. I'm delighted to present this report that recommends that Council endorses an update to the Terms of Reference for these 2 committees. I'll let my fellow councillors talk to the Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee. But with respect to the Women in Community Life Advisory Committee, there are a few tweaks and changes to this committee terms of reference, and they're also aiming to, I guess, create and cultivate some movement in our region. So the committee's terms of reference was last updated in 2019. There are a few issues that need to be updated, including references to the Local Government Act, which no longer define those committees, and also some minor tweaks to the wording just to make sure that it is clear. Also to note that there are 5 positions vacant on the Women in Community Life Advisory Committee and 10 positions vacant. So if you're out there thinking I want to have a say and put my 2 cents in and be a part of a really amazing bunch of people that have completely and profoundly impacted my life through my time on council and really driven a lot of inspirational initiatives, highly recommend you get on board and get amongst local government. But I'll leave it to my other councillors to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Aiken.
As Chair of the Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee, I'm pleased to bring the Terms of Reference and update before us tonight, and I cannot let this opportunity go without saying that on Saturday we witnessed one of the most beautiful inclusive moments we've ever seen in a sporting event in Australia when Geelong Football Club captain actually embraced Sammy Morfitt and got him to come onto the football field. That should normalise celebrations for alpha males to actually show them that you can be aware of what's actually happening around your environment as well too. And I took great pleasure today in our own street parade to go and find Sammy and have a good little chat with him. And I'm really proud that Geelong Football Club is a community that's showing access and inclusion to the broader Australian public and the international public as well too. So congratulations to them, and I look forward to continuing doing the work as Chair of our Access and Inclusion Committee Chair. Yeah.
Well spoken. Any other councillor? Otherwise, back to you, Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Mayor Murray. Just lastly, I attended the parade through the streets of Geelong today, and I noticed as I walked past that there was an accessibility viewing platform for people who were perhaps of different abilities, and they could see a real clear line to the stage, which was incredible, and I walked past with a huge smile. And then I got to the side of the stage and I felt real important in the VIP area. I was like, woohoo, I've totally made it. And I noticed, but I realised that there was an Auslan signer signing so that people could see who are hard of hearing. And I just thought that's some of the big work that those committees can bring to us, to know that there are people out there who perhaps have different levels of ability, and they're included in the day too. And I was just totally chuffed and proud of my city and proud of the people involved in not only these committees, but the people on council doing the grunt work behind the scenes to put that major event together, as well as all the other things, in an accessible way. Thank you.
Well spoken, and a shout out goes to the events team for their tremendous work over the last week. So yeah, fantastic. Where are we at? So,
where are we at?
Put this,
We've got to put it to vote.
Put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Item number 8 is the 2021-2022 Geelong Major Events Committee Annual Report to Council. Moved Councillor Nelson, seconded Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, absolutely a shout out to the events team, of which Geelong Major Events is part of. It's been a pretty tough 18 months or so for Geelong Major Events. We've only been able to have 13 events since the restrictions were lifted, which is really good to see that they were lifted so that Geelong people can get out and participate in events, whether that's actual participation or watching from the sidelines. But more importantly, it brings people to Geelong from Melbourne and from Victoria and outside Victoria, which is what the intent is to hosting GME events, to get bums on seats, so to speak. We had 13 events ranging from the Archie to Western United Football, Festival of Sales, Victorian Open Golf, Ironman 70.3, Head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, and another one like the Geelong Revival, which Councillor Grisbeck participated in.
And will be again, Councillor.
And that was good to see. Really exciting to have one of our own participate in such an event. And it'll be on again in November, and I'm sure Councillor Grisbeck will be there. One of the ones that was cancelled was White Night, and that'll be on again in 10 days' time. So I encourage every councillor to come down for that, because last time it was held, it was more of a street procession, and we followed it round down to the waterfront. But this time it'll be more at Steam Packet Gardens, so there'll be more exhibitions, there'll be more to see. I commend this report and the fantastic work that Sharon and her team do. Even today, we saw them today running around like they were very busy. And it was great to see. They do an amazing job, and they also did the live site job at a drop of a hat. So it was great to see, and they're a great team. It's really, really a proud moment to be part of that team. So hats off to them.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. He's gone over the major ones. Very proud of the Archie 100 exhibition, the Geelong Gallery, the retaining of the Head of the Schools Regatta. Things like this will not be possible to bring them and retain them in Geelong without the support of the council for these industries. Big one as well, I want to shout out the Surround Sounds Geelong the Balmain Music Festival. For the first year of that event, to get off and have the major hit it did, not only around Victoria and Australia, to have other councils, other regions, both public and private, coming to us and saying, oh, how'd you do that? How'd you get that off the ground? To increase tourism, get your name out there like we did, was spectacular. We still managed to get a 24-to-1 return on the investment on this last financial year. Pre-COVID, in the financial year that went into COVID, we were about 45-to-1. I believe in 18-19 we were somewhere maybe around 99-to-1. So the industry still has a long way to go in its recovery. People like GME go a long way to supporting that. But it just goes to show that at the Heights, this is a very, very worthwhile program. And even where we are now still, it still provides worth with supporting people to get back up there. So very happy to second this one.
Thank you. Councillor Contel.
Really just to, once again applaud the programs that are out there, and I think it's just wonderful to see that Geelong is starting to open up again. And one thing about Geelong is that it really does attract, big events and big acts in terms of live entertainment as well, which is something that personally I really have a lot of pleasure in seeing. And I think we need to continue to do all that we can to make sure that we create an environment for those events to come to Geelong. I still think that GMHBA Stadium is underwhelming in what it's providing and should be providing opportunities for a lot more. But, some of those events, Councillor Sullivan mentioned Surround Sounds. That was an amazing event. I really applaud Martin and Fiona and the team that pulled that together and quite quickly and created a wonderful environment for our community just as we were coming sort of out of COVID. But 70.3 and hopefully getting the Cadell back, they're just amazing events. And, I guess today demonstrates just what Geelong can do. As a husband and a father to 3 daughters, it won't surprise you that I bought my Robbie Williams tickets today and we'll be going to Mount Dunedin for that. So, that's another huge act coming to Geelong in 2023. So it's wonderful.
Thank you. Councillor Grisbeck.
I think the events of the last few days show what the small amount of investment that the city makes, both through the GME and through initiatives that come before us at council, shows what Geelong can do. And I think if we continue to make these investments, it actually provides an economic benefit to the city of Geelong. Geelong Football Club winning the premiership, I'd love to see in a couple of weeks what the return and the spend was like this last week in Geelong. Absolutely, for the investment that the city has made to put on those live sites, to put on the parade, to change the sign to Premiership Way, all of those little things that the city have done an amazing job for, what the return on investment, should be at least triple-fold. So I think we've got to remember that when we're putting these GME budgets together, when we're putting things before the council, the return on investment is not only a monetary return on investment. I think we're seeing a community that has been brought together by these events, and you can't underestimate the benefits that they have for the Geelong community.
Absolutely. Any other councillor wish to comment? Otherwise, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And further to that, it's not just sport that we sponsor. It's art, and it's like the gallery at the Archie Gallery at the National Celtic Festival and Surround Sounds, as Councillor Sullivan said. And for these 13 events, it generated around $25 million into the economy and supported almost 200 local full-time jobs. So 10 or so years ago, you would have thought that Geelong was on its knees, and now we are a tourism place. We're a major events place, and we do it well. We do it really well, and I can't wait for the Cadell next year, and for the Avalon Air Show next year, and all these things are coming in the next few months, and Geelong will just be alive again, and it's because of tourism and major events. It's not because of Forward, it's not because of Alcoa. It's because of what we're doing here around this table, making these events come to Geelong. It's such a good thing. And yeah, if the football club can get 100,000 members within 18 months, that'll be great, and that'll put even more money into this town. Thanks.
Yeah. Put this motion to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Thanks, Ron. Item number 9 is the tender T22 00087 T22. Provision of recruitment services. They have a revised officer recommendation that I think. Yeah. Councillor Aiken moved and seconded Councillor Harwood. Councillor Aiken.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'll be quick on this one as well too. Last year we spent $4.5 million on recruitment and temporary staff services in the City of Greater Geelong. We've actually establishing a panel of 11 recruitment organisations labour hire organisations to assist us with the provision of these services. You may say, why is there 11? That seems like a lot. Well, we've actually got 133 different services we provide in the City of Greater Geelong, and you do not want the technical people of Melbourne Recruitment Agency finding you a short-term temp in aged care. So, as a consequence, we've actually got to have multiple recruitment and temporary labour hire organisations to reflect the breadth of the organisation, and it really is a process that we're going through here. Just to preempt, there's no savings. Don't think that we can reduce these costs, and we've actually got them down when you look at our 5-year averages for the City of Greater Geelong. We've shifted away from contract and temporary staff. We've been recruiting more permanent positions. That's been driven by the senior management team, and also our unions have requested of that as well too over the last 18 months, 2 years, and we did have a strong commitment in terms of our ethos to try to employ people in Geelong, and that's what we're attempting to do. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood.
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Any other councillor wish to comment? Otherwise, back to yourself, Councillor Aiken.
Nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Put this matter to the vote. All
I'm
those
ready.
in favour? Against? That is carried. Item number 10 is the planning authorisation, council to staff, moved by Councillor Grisbeck and seconded Councillor Harwood. Councillor Grisbeck.
Just to welcome Clara Gartland with this authorisation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Harwood.
Nothing further to add, but
Any
just
other
welcome to Clara.
Yeah. Any other councillor? Back to yourself, Councillor Grisbeck.
Nothing further, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Put this matter to the vote. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Section D is the record of informal meetings of the councillors. Can I please have a mover and a seconder for the record of informal meetings of councillor? Move Councillor Nelson, second Councillor Sullivan. All those in...
Can I just query a question, Mr Mayor? There doesn't seem to be any apologies on those meetings, so therefore we're not noting apologies again. So we need to maybe make an amendment to those attendances, because a councillor briefing has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 councillors. There was surely some apologies in that. So just to note that we were doing it in the previous meeting,
Yep.
and we're now not doing it again.
Yeah, good pickup.
Yeah.
Okay,
So if we can just get an amended one
it's noted.
next time.
Yep. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. The section E is the planning delegations. Can I please have a mover and a seconder for the planning delegations? Move Councillor Grisbeck, seconded Councillor Harwood. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. Section F is confidential. We have the Chief Executive Officer's position, description and key performance indicators 2022-2023. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to consider this matter in confidential, please? Councillor Grisbeck and Councillor Nelson. All in favour? Thank you. We're now to consider the remaining agenda item in our confidential section of the meeting. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to close the meeting to the public so we consider this confidential agenda item? Councillor Aiken moved and seconded Councillor Harwood. All those in favour? Against? That is carried. I'd like to thank both our virtual and our in-person gallery members for their participation tonight. Good evening, everyone.
Thanks for sticking around.
Well done. Yeah, gee.
Thanks, Rob.
Big effort.